technologies. B. Obliges security and intelligence agencies to obtain orders from the respective judicial national authorities before attempting to hack encrypted systems or craft encrypted data for the purpose of prosecution. 8. Invites the European Youth Agencies for Network Information Security to work alongside NGOs and specialist groups to enhance the quality of encryption technologies and algorithms used within the EU. 9. Further requests that information technology companies provide users with the option of two-factor authentication. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Okay, thank you for that. We'll now open the floor to any points of information. No? Okay, perfect. We can move on then to the defense speech. Has the proposing committee got someone that'd like to come up? Liebe 1, you're recognized.
Dear Mr. President, members of the board, fellow delegates, good afternoon. I'm standing here delivering this defense speech for Liebe 1, strongly believing in the fundamental human right to privacy, and that creating backdoors will not help counter terrorism. Encrypting personal data is like closing your own house. You do it because you don't want people to have access to your personal belongings. You do it because you want to feel safe. Our hearts and thoughts are moved by all the terrorist attacks, but sadly, we live in an era where terrorism cannot be currently fully eradicated. However, weakening encryption and creating backdoors is no more than a quick fix and exploitable solution against terrorist efforts, thus creating situations where it is easy for anyone to access private data and putting a single person, a family, a city, an entire nation in enormous danger. You could argue saying, wouldn't strengthening encryption result in security agencies not being able to capture criminals? The answer is simply no, because there's always a second option. And this time, our second option is going to court. Security agencies will still have the possibility to obtain encrypted data by legal means. Right now, as I am talking, member states have different legislations regarding this topic. And it is making it extremely complex to work and cooperate on an EU-wide level. Therefore, our resolution proposes a unified encryption policy. To conclude, I would like to stress that Liebe 1 has faced the strong dilemma of reaching a balance. But we strongly believe that we are proposing a resolution which will allow us to protect citizens and live in a safer world. Thank you.
Thank you for that very succinct and to the point defense speech. I'd now like to open the floor to attack speeches. I think we're gonna go with Reggie. And Reggie will be followed by Itre 1. Okay, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Dear Mr. President, members of the board, distinguished guests, and fellow delegates. I do appreciate the work that Libe 1 has put into the resolution, but there is one saying that really fits the bill. It's sweet, but with a hole inside, just like a donut. Sadly, the proposed Sadly, the solutions proposed by the committee cause many concerns. For example, in OC1 and OC8, you endorse further creation and enhancement of strong encryption mechanisms by using public and private sectors, NGOs and specialists. Yet with such a huge group of people from the non-governmental sector working on it, how can you ensure that the mechanisms remain classified and hack resistant? And it's very difficult to coordinate such things. As if the information on new governmental encryption systems or their backdoors could be sold to terrorist groups by a worker from the NGO who is inexperienced with dealing with classified information or mechanisms, for example, which could cause a great loss of classified information, which we all know what this results in. Furthermore, in the second IC, you say that you would block access to websites spreading terrorist beliefs, without mentioning how would you identify such websites, because most terrorists, they do not use direct language, they use coded language. So how do you actually believe to identify such specific websites? And apart from the fact, there's not even to mention the fact that in OC5, you advise member states to defend right to privacy, while in this case, you're clearly violating yourselves by diminishing the right to privacy and the right to freedom of choice for our people. I honestly believe that the whole direction that your committee has chosen is a bit wrong and ineffective for this solution. Currently, there are no collaboration between national intelligence agencies, as even the Europol, which is supposed to connect the justice systems of member states, is unable to enforce laws or even have access to information from national intelligence agencies. What this means, each country has a national agency which has one piece of the puzzle, but we cannot connect it because there's nothing that could actually connect them. So in this case, rather than coordinating each and every national agency to have each and every information, all the information, you actually try to do something which is just irrational. For this, we beg you to oppose this resolution. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Reggie.
Honorable Board, President, fellow delegates, while I agree that backdoors should be criminalized, the rest of the resolution bigs up some very big controversies. First and foremost, Clause 2 would almost completely destroy internet usage for EU citizens, as it will block social networking sites like Facebook or Twitter, which are the sites most frequently used to spread terroristic agendas and to support terrorism. Websites that are natively made to spread terrorist propaganda are very few and very rarely used compared to actual social networking sites, like the ones aforementioned. Therefore, blocking them would be very minor in the actual scheme of things. Furthermore, Clause 2 would be extremely ineffective, as anyone with minimum digital competence can avoid any blocking using either a VPN, proxy, or even by accessing the deep web using the Tor browser. Now, according to statistics provided by Euractiv, 60% of EU's population is digitally skilled, which means that 60% of the EU's population is skilled enough to access these blocked websites. So all the clause would be doing is effectively blocking social media for the 40% of the less digitally capable population. Secondly, Clause 8 is completely irrelevant, as it invites NISA to do what it is already doing and has been doing for the past 12 years, to work with third parties in order to develop the newest technologies in cybersecurity and keep the EU safe from cyber attacks. Last but not least, Clause 5 openly speaks about national agencies and courts of member states decrypting data, effectively contradicting the rest of the resolution, which looks to highly promote online privacy. Are we really ready to give up liberty in the name of security? Now, do you really believe that blocking Facebook, WhatsApp, Twitter, Google+, Viber, Telegram, Kik, Yik Yak will do anything about preventing terrorism, not to even mention the harm it would do to your own citizens? Do you really trust your encryption to governments that can and will use it against you? I invite you to join me and to strike this resolution down at the shoots, because all it would do is bring harm to us. Thank you.
Thank you, ITRA 2. So ITRA 1, sorry. So we will now move on. If a member of the proposing committee has got a response to the attack speeches, yes. Libe 1, you're recognized.
Thank you. So to begin with, thank you for your amazing attack speeches, because if they weren't so amazing, it would say that we didn't do our job properly. We had a greatest dilemma that we could have because we had two controversies. We could either go with the backdoors and weakening the systems and expose them to terrorists, to hackers, and to all people who want to get into the system. Or we can go with a strong encryption and use it to help the government in the other way. We are going with the court's way. We are giving the government the possibility to reach through the court, through legal means, the possibility to crack the code for them, but not to weaken the system. The cooperation thing that one of the delegates mentioned, it is already covered by the existing document, which is called PCJAD. It is in the fact sheet. Cooperation is being provided. And of course, there is the question of OC5 and OC8. By OC5, we give the government the possibility to reach the court and to, through the permission of the court, to crack the code. And OC8 invites ENISA to work alongside NGO and specialists groups to enhance the quality. We are not saying they're not doing it right now. They are doing it. We invite to enhance that cooperation in order to tackle all the hardships on the way to strong encryption systems which are safe for the users. The delegate talked about the 40% of people that are not so well digitally educated. That's a lot of people, and we want to help them as well as the educated users. So the main point is we are going with strong encryption. We want to protect our citizens, and the right to privacy is not being violated by our points. It is very important for us to keep the right to privacy. That is why we are going with strong encryption, considering that backdoors in all their ways cannot be acceptable in our world. Thank you.
Thank you for that perfectly timed response to the attack speeches. So we're about to start the first round of open debate, and just before we do, I would ask that if you're going to make a point in the general debate, please keep it as succinct and short as possible. While we do respect that you have your own views and you want to share them, it's in respect to everyone else that wants to make a point, please try and be as short and sweet as you possibly can. Okay, so with that, we're going to start the first round of open debate. Can I see all the placards in the air? Okay, we're going to take the first point from Afet, and it's going to be spoken in German, or in French? French? Yes.
Merci pour cette résolution. Considérant le clause 2 qui dit bloquer l'accès aux sites web qui font la propagande des idéaux et des activités terroristes, aujourd'hui dans l'Europe, les organisations qui sont considérées comme une organisation terroriste, par exemple le PKK, peuvent faire des propagandes quand ils veulent, sous le nom de la liberté d'expression. Donc, est-ce que vous pouvez clarifier ce que vous voulez dire quand vous dites les idéaux terroristes? Est-ce que une idée terroriste seulement, est-ce que c'est une idée terroriste seulement quand c'est une idée islamiste, ou qu'est-ce que vous voulez dire par ça? Parce que déjà, comme j'ai dit, les propagandes des organisations terroristes sont librement faites en Europe.
Thank you, Afet. We're going to move on to a point in German from ITRE 2, and that'll be followed by Cult 2 and SEDE.
Ja, mein Punkt geht darum, wieso...
Sorry, hold on. Cult 1, have you got a direct response? Yes, sorry about that. If you could hold on, ITRE 2.
Now?
Yeah, great.
We agree with the point previously mentioned, because we do not believe that only that the ambiguous meaning of terrorist ideals that is mentioned in the second OC can be right, because in some member states some governments might consider basically disagreement on some government ideas or morals also as a terrorist ideal, and therefore they could misuse the power that was given to them.
Thank you, Cult 1. We'll go back now to ITRA 2, who has a point. Oh, we have another direct response from Libe 1. Libe 1, you're recognized.
So on the whole website thing, I think it's important to clarify, there is no grey line with terrorism. All these websites violate at least one law in all the member states. These laws go from apologia to fascism to hate speech to, they violate laws. Hence, they can be banned because laws are being violated. So it's not like a criteria that we're setting in, and it's not a criteria that we need someone to set in. This criteria is in place by the member states' individual laws. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Libe 1. Okay. So we have two direct responses. I'm going to give the first one to Inta. Is it directly responding to the last point about, yeah?
Okay, so this basically continues on the point of one of the previous committees because nobody can decide what is hate speech and what is the freedom of speech. So if somebody says...
I'm sorry, that wasn't a direct response to the last comment?
Yes, because he said that basically those websites have relation to hate speech, and that's why they will be banned. Okay. So if you can't decide what is hate speech and what is the freedom of speech, because in some member states you can say I hate one country, but you can't say that you hate another country. And how can you decide what is hate speech, what is terrorism, and what is actually a freedom of speech?
Okay, thank you for that, Inta. We're going to go to another direct response from Reggie. You're recognized.
Vamos a ver. I really appreciate your point, but I'm totally against what you're saying, because there is a difference between freedom of speech and hate. Okay, freedom of speech means like I can be against you, but I will fight till the end to respect your points. I can be against you, I can hate what you're saying, but I'm not gonna tell you I hate what you're saying. What I'm gonna say, sorry, it's like a bit tricky. Indeed there is a difference between hate and freedom of speech. Freedom of speech means that I can express my own ideas in a respectful way. Hate is that I not have any idea. I'm just hating you. I'm just saying. What's wrong, guys? So some mapping. So because I looking at the vice president, freedom of speech means respectful, means expressing your own ideas, and hate means the completely other way. Thank you so much.
Okay, we're going to move on to another direct response from, can I see your placard? From Libe 2.
Thank you. I just want to remind the General Assembly that just one debate ago we agreed to instate an expert commission. Let me read the clause.
Okay, I'm sorry, is this directly related to the definition between hate speech and freedom of speech?
We can stop the discussion of what is hate speech and freedom of expression, because we just agreed that we would instate an expert commission to make the distinction. OC 11 of Libe 2.
Okay, well, I would just ask from now on if we can then stick to points from the current debate and not reference other past debates that have happened, if that's okay. So we're going to take just one more quick point here. I think we're still waiting on ITRE 2 to have their point in German.
Ja, zu was anderem. Mit, mit dem hohen Schutz der Privatsphäre im Netz, der in der Resolution erwartet oder geprägt wird, wird der Schutz der Privatsphäre in der Realität sogar noch übertroffen. Dieser Widerspruch stellt meiner Meinung nach einen sehr großen Zweifel hinter diesem ganzen Beschlussantrag.
Okay, so there was a point of personal privilege. If you could try and summarize your point.
Also grundsätzlich der Punkt ist, dass dass mit diesem Vorschlag der Schutz im digitalen Web, also im Netz, noch höher ist und stärker ist als in der Realität, was ein Widerspruch in sich ist, weil das keinen Sinn macht, in der digitalen Welt einen höheren Schutz zu haben als in der Realität.
Okay, we are going to move on. So we're going to take our next point from Cult 2, and then we're going to return to the proposing committee and come back to SEDE. Cult 2?
Yeah, well, also regarding OC number 2, there's a huge possibility that terrorist ideals to be shared on sites like Facebook, thus destroying the freedom of speech for other users. I suggest that you reconsider the way you choose which sites should be banned.
Okay, thank you for that. We have a direct response from Econ.
I'd like to further build on that point by saying what will we do? We cannot differentiate between two branches or two arms of the same organisation when one is political and one is terrorist, for example, Sinn Féin and the IRA.
Okay, thank you for that point, Econ. We'll now return to the proposing committee to comment on some of the points that have been made so far. Liebe 1, you're recognised.
So first to get the website thing out of the way, and if we can please just drop this. As Rodrigo very nicely said, there's a very clear difference between hate speech and freedom of speech. And we are not, like as I said earlier, we aren't introducing any criteria. Those criteria are up to each individual member state, just like the banning of each individual website is up to the member state. We don't set the criteria. Then, second of all, websites like Facebook, Twitter, etc. Member states have say over what sections of each website can be accessed, but nonetheless, we're not asking to block websites which, like social networks, which include different sections with these matters. We're referring to websites dedicated entirely to reclusion, spreading of terrorist ideals, etc. So it's at the end of the day, it's a judicial process, individual to each member state, and there's no criteria set for EU-wide. Second of all, we are aware that those websites can still be accessed through PBS and proxies and all sorts of technology. The whole deal is that if someone wants to go on those websites, they can. We know that. But what we are striving is to not allow people who either aren't very IT aware or just wouldn't be going on those websites on purpose to approach them accidentally and be exploited by these websites.
Okay, can you conclude, or we'll come back to you after the next round?
Just to conclude now, we aren't dealing with physical privacy because that's not in our topic. So we believe that protecting ourselves online would ensure our physical privacy, but we don't refer to physical privacy because that's not our issue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Liebe 1. We're going to go straight to SEDE for a point in German or in English? In English? Yeah.
About your clause number 2, as somebody else said before, it's already illegal. websites that spread terrorist ideals are already illegal in member states. So the problem is not to blocking them, but actually finding them. And I don't see any clause which helps or suggests how to find these websites that spread terrorist ideals in your resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Sede. We're going to move straight on to Empel 1 with the point in English.
Okay, so I would like to ask, actually just point out that the biometric data checks proposed in the clause 3 are already kind of enforced during the visa acquisition procedure, so the clause itself does not propose a new measure. Instead, we suggest that further investigation into how the process can be ameliorated to further avoid illegal entry of potentially dangerous individuals. Thank you.
Thank you, Empel 1. We're going to go immediately now to AFCO, followed by Deve. Oh, sorry, we have a direct response from Deve. Do you want to use that now? We were going to go to you after. Put it down. Okay. AFCO, you're recognized.
In your operative clause 7, subclause A, you are suggesting the criminalization of backdoors encryption technology. Well, as you may remember, there has been an attack in United States San Bernardino, and United States of government asked Apple to create them a backdoor. So my question is, do you? I believe that people's lives, citizens' lives, should come before their privacy. So to prevent further attacks, I believe there should be backdoors, which is only available to governments. I'm asking your opinion on that. Thank you.
Thank you, AFCO. We'll move now on to Deve.
Hi, could you please help me see how your resolution covers safety of the EU citizens? Because in my opinion, none of your OCs covers this issue that is in your topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Deve. Okay. We will now return to the proposing committee, Libe 1, to deal with some of the comments.
Thank you for the floor and all the lovely points you made. So first, about the sites, to really conclude that OC number 2, I would like to state that right now we note there are currently 7,000 and plus websites under surveillance. So saying that we can't find the websites isn't really true. About the biometric data, the thing we thought was the embassies require biometric data when establishing visas, but they aren't obliged to check it at the border control. To prevent unauthorized movement in Schengen, we want to make every person control his or her biometric data at the border control when entering Schengen area. To the next point, at the OC 7 subclause 7a, the thing about obtaining information after the event happened, it's easy to see the connection when the event already happened. It's like when you have two dots connected, they know they belong to each other. But actually, when you're looking into the future and there are like many dots, it's really hard to predict which one of them will be connected. And really, no one is sure how much data could be obtained if there will be backdoors. And of course, maybe they could provide data, maybe they could prevent some things, but there are so many unsure things, and the cons are too big to be pro backdoors. And about our physical security, the point is we are battling terrorism in our digital world, and thus when you're secure on the digital side, you can also be secure on the physical side. And plus, being secure physical isn't really part of our committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Libe 1. We will now move on to Libe 2, followed by INTA.
Okay, so given the context of the terrorist attack in Brussels, where basically the terrorist name was in the database of the French police, but not in the database of the Belgian police, uh, you have not considered the fact that member states' secret services are not cooperating between themselves and between Europol for citizen safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Libe 2. We'll now move on to INTA, followed by ITRE 1.
First of all, I would like to thank Libya 1 for their efforts on this resolution. My question will be about OC1 and about the private actors. Who are the private actors and which encryption mechanics will they use? I think it would have been better if you could specify these actors, as this issue can cause potential problems. What if such a private actor, for example a data protection company, gets and sells the data of citizens in the name of protecting them? Such a scandal happened in my home country once. Thanks.
Thank you, INTA. We'll now move on to ITRE 1, followed by Reggie.
Thank you for the recognition. Firstly, you mentioned that 7,000 websites are under surveillance right now, but I'm not sure if you're aware that there are probably billions of websites on the internet. I do not have access to correct information right now, but there are millions, if not even billions of websites on the internet. So 7,000 is a very small number compared to that. Furthermore, even if you find them, my point about them still being accessible is still valid, because people have many ways to go around blockings, and most of them are not hosted within the EU, so you have no jurisdiction to shut them down completely. So they will still be very accessible, even from the EU, even from capital C's themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, ITRE 1. We'll now move on to Reggie before... Oh, sorry. We have a direct response from Cult 1. Cult 2, sorry, Cult 2. You're recognized.
Thank you. I'd just like to point out that besides the millions of pages that my colleague just mentioned, there's also a thing called the dark web, which is a web that is accessible to people who know how to access it, and there are millions of advertisements for murderers. So how do you suggest to deal with terrorists operating on these sites, on the dark web? Thank you.
Thank you, Cult 2. We'll now continue on to Reggie before returning to the proposing committee.
I think we're getting too hung up on the freedom of speech issue, so I'd like to draw attention to an issue I've noticed in clauses 7b and 2, where there's reference to using the judicial systems from national governments. In my opinion, this can create a disjointed data protection policy within the EU if each national government has its own ruling on things like hacking encrypted data or banning websites. We don't actually combat counterterrorism because every country is pursuing a different agenda, and instead we would suggest perhaps maybe using some kind of international judicial system instead, like the European Court of Human Rights. Thanks.
Thank you, Reggie. We'll now return to the proposing committee to deal with some of the points raised.
Thank you for your points, dear delegates. To start off, I want to mention the fact that we are not shutting down all their websites. We are blocking them in the countries, which is something we can do. To the point about the dark web, the deep web, and all that, we cannot really stop them. Most of the people in Europe, as you've stated before, are technologically literate, which means they can and will, in all likelihood, if they want to pursue terrorist acts, download Tor or any other like Freenet, and will be able to access it. The problem and what we are trying to solve is trying to stop regular people from bumping into sites that spread terrorist ideals and being influenced. Other things is we can't really stop hacking from existing, but what we are trying to do with encryption is to make it harder for criminals, terrorists to obtain data, and we are weighing pros and cons. Like, one of the things that hasn't been mentioned here is the fact that if we put encryption, if we put backdoors on systems, the committee on ITRE 1 about digital single market will have a lot more trouble, simply because the trust in digital single market is all about encryption. If you don't trust your credit card number or any other money into a digital operator, then you can't buy things online. Anything else?
Yes, Thank you, Libe 1. Now for the final round of open debate, we're going to start with EMPL 2.
I'm so sorry. Okay, so there's a hole in this resolution, and it's not at clause 2, it's actually at clause 5. Because once you have a key to a cipher, to encrypted data, you can always open it. So once you have the key, and it as a government, and it's gonna get lost, you can't have the key. So you need to notify the company that you've cracked their code. Otherwise, all the data is available, because it will leak out. There's no way that it doesn't leak out.
Thank you, EMPL 2. We now have a direct response from ITRE 1. You're recognized.
Thank you for the recognition. Just a second, just want to find the resolution so I can read. There we go. So thank you for making that point. That is exactly true, and that is exactly why the Libe 1 resolution has on clause C, subsection A, criminalizes the usage of backdoors in encryption technologies, which is pretty much that's the key that you're talking about. So no one's going to have the key if it's criminalized. Thank you.
Thank you, ITRE 1. We have another direct response from EMPL 1. Yeah, EMPL 1, you're recognized. EMPL 2, sorry.
It's not about a backdoor. A backdoor is like having the key. This is decrypting the key. This is like picking the lock. Once you've picked a lock, you can pick it again and again and again and again. So you need to tell the software company that their encryption has been broken. And thanks to Ducky 2.
Okay, thank you, EMPL 2. Apologies again to EMPL 1. We're going to move on to Cult 1, followed by Econ. Hold on. Sede, do we have a direct response from Sede? Okay, you're recognized.
Ich wollte dazu nur sagen, das ist technisch nicht komplett korrekt, weil es gibt auch sogenannte Session Keys, das zum Beispiel, oder auch für bestimmte Nachrichten, zum Beispiel wenn man jetzt auf WhatsApp eine Nachricht schickt, dann hat man einen Verschlüsselungsschlüssel eben und bei der nächsten Nachricht hat man dann einen anderen Schlüssel. Also es wäre dann trotzdem nur sehr begrenzt auf zum Beispiel eine Nachricht und nicht, dass man generell alles entschlüsseln könnte. Und deswegen war der Punkt nicht ganz richtig.
Thank you for that direct response. Now we're going to move on to Cult 1, followed by Econ.
Thank you. So my question is actually regarding clause number 3, which says that it would make it obligatory for the member states to conduct biometric data checks of all individuals entering the Schengen area. I just have a question about it being practical. Not only would it worsen the refugee crisis, with all single refugee be required to have all of his biometric data collected and then checked, but also it would make rather tourism pretty hard, especially with visa-free countries of the Schengen area, such as the Balkan states, or for example, United Kingdom and Ireland, which are actually not in the Schengen area because they maintain a permanent opt-out. So every single individual from the UK and from Ireland would have to go through a full biometric check every time they want to enter Europe, which I doubt is helpful either for the topic of encryption or for the actual real-life carrying. Thank you.
Okay, just before we go to Econ, we're going to take a direct response from AFET. And this will be in French.
Oui, je voulais ajouter à la clause 3 à propos des informations biométriques. En fait, il n'y a pas tous les passeports qui ont des informations biométriques dedans. Donc, avec cette clause, vous dites que les gens qui n'ont pas un passeport biométrique ne peuvent pas entrer dans le Schengen. Et je trouve que ça, c'est un problème quand même.
Thank you, Afet. We're going to take the last point of open debate from Econ before returning to the proposing committee for a summation speech.
Okay.
I believe that the point 9 about two-factor authentication is not very efficient. It doesn't work. Many enterprises they force high-friction authentication like SMSs and tokens, and where the user has to re-enter his credentials every single time. And it's, well, pretty much guaranteed that one day the person will get bored and he'll find a way to circumvent this thing in order to avoid it. A good example would be most of us clicking the Remember Password button, so saving the actual password in our computer, making it easily accessible. Thank you.
Thank you, Econ. We will now move back to the proposing committee for summation speeches. Liebe, you're recognized.
Okay, thank you for a whole bunch of really interesting points, maybe some we hadn't even thought about. First, I want to address the biometric check. The biometric check will be for everyone entering into Schengen. We cannot have checks between borders inside of Schengen. That would completely defeat the whole purpose of its existence. When it comes to biometric data, we mean fingerprints, not biometric passports. And those machines are already in place, but we want to introduce the automatic check of the biometric data. Now, the whole resolution is actually about a bigger picture than only OC2. And we know that you think that the 7,000 who are not as competent in data and technology are not that huge of a number, but they are still important, and we want to prevent them from bumping into these sites. Now, someone mentioned lives before privacy, and that we were not focusing on security in the real world. The thing is, if you have unsecured data online, the real world will be affected. Credit cards won't be safe, governments can be hacked, and so on and so forth. And that is dangerous to us all. Now, when it comes to backdoors, they are very harmful because anyone can exploit them, not only the terrorists, repressive governments can exploit them, and so on. So the thing is, when the government obtains the encrypted data, then nobody has the key. We are simply allowing them, after going to court and getting a judicial order, to try to crack the code. And that is it.
Thank you. Unfortunately, terrorism has become something that concerns us at a day-to-day basis. Because of the increasing number of deaths by terrorist attacks in the recent years, Europe is engulfed by fear, as are the governments. However, we do not believe that mass surveillance and breaking privacy is the way to solve this issue. The internet has grown into the main platform of communication and personal data, which divides this problem in two parts. This made terrorism a lot more efficient and compromised the privacy of citizens all over the world. A balance has to be found between security and privacy. However, privacy is not something that we want to compromise. Creating a backdoor in encryption would, by definition, violate our fundamental right to privacy. Terrorists merely attack Europe because they do not agree with our values and our way of life. Yes, we need to combat them, but we should not abandon our values in the process. We believe we found other means of counter-terrorism, which makes this resolution a leap forward to a secure and private world. I would suggest that we all lock our back doors and leave the cameras outside of our bedrooms. Don't let fear make you blind, and support a resolution. Vielen Dank, merci beaucoup, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Liebe 1, for that lovely summation speech. We will now move on to the voting. So if everyone could take a minute and think about the points that were brought up and decide whether you want to vote in favour, against, or to abstain? Okay, so if I can have a show of hands for everyone that's in favor of the resolution. Okay, hands down. Can I have hands up for everyone who's abstaining? Okay, and can I have a show of hands for everyone who is against the motion? Okay, can I ask the chairs to collect votes from each committee? In GA stats, if that's... Okay. Yeah, if the chairs can just collect the votes and hold up your placard when you have the votes in.
I didn't understand it.
Okay, me neither. So,
Got it.
okay.
6161.
Yeah.
Yeah, one.
Can I see the placards in the air when the chairs have the final votes counted? Okay, Afed, are you nearly ready? Okay, so we're going to start with the votes from ITRE 2.
Toi-même.
Could I ask you to repeat that in English, please? Or if you have the microphone, use the microphone.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it in French. Sorry, I'm too late.
Your mic is open.
Okay. So 5 votes in favor, 8 against, and 1 abstention.
Thank you, ITRE 2. We'll move on to AFET. Thank you, AFET. We'll now move over to LIBE 2.
I'm sorry, I don't have any voice left. 3 pour, 7 contre et 2 abstentions.
Merci. Sede.
On, 3, 1.
Yeah. Can you please, again, clearer, please, in English?
I can do that in French.
In French, yep.
10 pour, 3 contre, 1 abstention.
Merci.
Perfect, thank you, Sede. Move on to Cult 2.
So we have 9 in favor, 4 against, 2 9 dafür, 4 dagegen, 2 Enthaltungen und ein Delegate ist nicht da.
Okay, perfect, thank you. We'll move on to Ample 2.
6, 1, and 1 absent.
Thank you, Ample 2. We'll move on to Econ. Thank you, Econ. We'll move on to Ample 1.
10 in favor, two abstentions, 4 against.
Thank you, Ample 1. We'll move on to E-Tray 1.
0 in favor, 11 against, 1 abstention.
Thank you, E-Tray. We'll move on to Reggie.
5 in favor, 6 against, 3 abstentions, and 1 absent.
Thank you, Reggie. We'll move on to Libe 1.
14 in favor, 0 against, and 0 abstentions.
Thank you, Libe 1. We'll move on to Deve.
5, 6, 2.
Thank you, Deve. We'll move on to Inter.
5, 10, 1. 5, 10, 1.
AFCO.
10 against, 1 abstention, no in favor.
Can you just ask the chairs always to announce favor again?
Okay, and Cult 1, and can we ask you just to announce it in favor, against, and abstentions in that order?
Yeah, 3 in favor, 10 against, 0 abstentions.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm very sorry to say that the motion for resolution has unfortunately not passed, but I'd still like everyone to give them a huge round of applause for the work that they put in.
Oh, cool.
That's fine.
English. Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, and the
Simple,
guy,
simple. Let's move on to the next one. Nathan, it's yours.
Edward.
Yeah. Nathan didn't want to go to his committee for his resolution. So, let's move on to regional development, aka REGI. Let's read out the topic question. In light of the Paris Agreement on Climate Change adopted last December, how should the EU support cities in becoming drivers of climate action throughout Europe? So climate change and cities. I invite the proposing committee to come to the podium and read the operative clauses. Reggie, you are recognized in English, please.
Mr. President, members of the board, fellow delegates, the European Youth Parliament, 1, suggests collaboration on a city level among local authorities, city institutions, advisors and private sector representatives to reach a common agreement in order to have greener cities. 2, reaffirms that the Covenant of Mayors on Climate and Energy should cooperate with the C40 Cities Climate Leadership Group network in order to implement the suggestions made by the Covenant. 3, congratulates long-term flexible urban planning in cities and drawing on the resources and knowledge of non-governmental organisations, urban architects and data sharing between cities. 4, endorses the further implementation of bottom-up climate adaptation strategies for a sustainable Europe, taking into consideration the evaluation to be conducted soon. 5, calls upon the European Commission to further oversee local governments' implementation of updates and improvements within the green agendas. 6, recommends the renovation of already existing infrastructures in cities and investment in more eco-friendly alternatives such as A, affordable public transportation and bike lanes, while at the same time reducing the number of motor vehicles in city centres. B, the preservation of green areas and creation of new ones in the most polluted areas. 7, encourage SMEs to move towards green initiatives that will reduce long-term losses by A, promoting the use of low-interest green loans. B, providing additional assistance to SMEs who show considerable progress. 8, trust city councils to take on eco-friendly initiatives such as the free Wi-Fi tree in Amsterdam or the smog-free tower project. 9, confirms the need for an online platform that A, shows citizens the effectiveness of their city's green initiatives. B, grants the possibility for citizens to give feedback. And C, makes budget information accessible. 10, calls for the creation of personalised and coordinated climate agendas or updates to the already existing ones for European cities with long-term goals which A, should be respected and implemented regardless of the political agenda of the party or person in charge. B, will be updated and reviewed to remain flexible and be responsive to changes if needed. And 11, supports every major city with more than 20,000 inhabitants in its effort to seek membership in the C40 network as an observer in order to benefit from the knowledge sharing mechanisms of the network. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone from the proposing committee would like to defend the resolution? Reggie, you recognize in English. 30 minutes.
Dear Mr. President, honorable members of the board, fellow delegates, let's face it, when talking about global problems like climate change, one tends to think of cooperation between states. So why would you want to address cities? The problems are getting bigger and you want to go smaller? Yes, we do. Going smaller allows us to address the global problems locally and effectively. European cities release 70% of our CO2 emissions due to their economic activities and their infrastructure. But we should not perceive this as a problem necessarily, but rather as an opportunity to innovate, to cooperate, and to empower. A prominent issue that we had to address was also the fact that with every new election in the city, the agenda on climate change would become merely an election tactic, a populist tool. In order to challenge the status quo, we suggest that the climate action agendas are rigid in enforcement, yet flexible in implementation. What this means is that every city's local government should be able to use its own tools and knowledge on local circumstances under the supervision and guidance of the EU in order to achieve the best possible solutions for the city itself. Being green in a globalized world means cooperating with others. We start by initiating cooperation on the local level amongst local authorities, experts, citizens, and the private sector, taking into consideration the different elements that each one can offer. A city can also take advantage of already existing networks, such as the C40 cities, who have already shown significant progress and are pioneers in the battle against climate change. As diversity is the overarching theme of this session, let's not forget the importance of reaching and empowering a diverse range of cities and not just focus on the megacities. The progress that we suggest is inclusive and broad because we encourage smaller cities to become observers in global networks and benefit from information and strategy sharing. This resolution is not about fixing global problems, for example, Brexit. Sorry, Nathan. No, it is all about creating a framework, a base to build upon in our battle against climate change. We want to initiate change from the people, and that is why we ask for your support. Therefore, I urge everyone to vote for this resolution. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Reggie, for this defense speech. So many keywords in this resolution: go smaller, flexibility, green cooperation. It's such a young and dynamic resolution. Just one thing before we move on to the attack speech. Can we please keep the noise on the floor to the lowest level possible? Obviously, it's fine if you talk because you need to discuss some points, but if you could please really keep it to the lowest, also because from upstairs they cannot really hear a lot if you on the floor are speaking too much. Thank you very much. Now we can move on to the attack speech. Is there anyone from Other committees who would like to? Okay, so we will have a speech from AFET in English and from Econ in English. I invite both committees to come here to the podium, and first AFET, then Econ. Thank you. No, AFET, it's fine if it's fine. It's fine if you stay. Sorry, my bad. It's fine if you stay at your place. But Econ, if you want to really come at the podium, yes. But after you can deliver your speech from there, yes. Central.
Well, hello everybody, honorable guests, honorable board, everyone, all the delegates here. I'm going to deliver an attack speech on REGI. Industrialization, globalization, and mobility. 3 keywords in our ever-expanding society that might have adverse consequences. What if growth implies downgrading of our Mother Earth? After the age of rural-urban migration, climate change and air pollution are becoming a significant hazard, while all of us are likely create an image of air pollution as a problem that's in the Middle East, and that's in China. But still, air pollution and climate change are ever present in the European Union as well. Therefore, our fellow committee, REGI, has put all their efforts into finding solutions to climate change in cities. However, the Committee of Foreign Affairs does not completely agree with their solutions. Because a thing about transport that they're severely missing is airplanes. Airplanes are actually 3,500 times more, use 3,500 times more energy than cars, meaning 2 to 3 times more energy per person that's in a plane. And they even release more microparticles, being very hazardous to our society and to our civil health. Therefore, it goes without saying that the EU should encourage aeromotive enterprises to innovate in using less pollutive biofuels and to support strategic placing of airports outside widely populated areas. Secondly, I would like to propose a more concrete alternative to OC1.
If you could please come to a conclusion.
Zurich is a flagship city, and I think it would be great to organize annual gatherings about climate change between the cities, rather than having such bold statements. Lastly,
Thank you. Thank you very much. Time is up. Yeah, thank you.
Dear President, Honorable Board, fellow delegates, in this day and age, climate change has become an ever more significant problem that we should not turn a blind eye to. I would like to congratulate REGI for their attempt, while also posing some questions and proposing some changes. Firstly, multiple clauses focus on using the private sector to help combat the issue of climate change. However, this fails to consider that the private sector follows a profit motive. Therefore, maybe introducing pollution caps or taxes would be a possible solution. Furthermore, as much as low-interest green loans do sound appealing for firms, how do we ensure that they do not take advantage of those loans and use that money to buy other kinds of capital? What kind of legislation and regulations will be in place? I would like to draw your attention to Clause 6b, requesting the creation of new green areas. However, major polluted areas are usually those which are in large cities or near industrial regions. Mentioning the aforementioned profit motive, how will you convince these regions to give up potentially crucial areas for green area? In this case, maybe through government planning, member states can allocate these green areas and pass a legislation restricting construction in this area. Therefore, I believe you should think about possible amendments before voting for this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Both very nice speeches proposing other solutions, though I'd invite everyone in general to also read carefully the topic question when proposing also new solutions, and considering that the committee has been discussing a specific topic, and just a general invite. Also, sorry if I cut you off, if I rush a bit through the points. It's just that I want to be as efficient as possible. I'm not going to be harsh, I swear. Let's move on to the proposing committee again. You have 2 minutes to respond to these attack speeches. Reggie, in English. Thank you.
Muchas gracias por todas vuestras aportaciones. Thank you so much for all your aportations. Muchas gracias. First of all, when you're talking about globalization, globalization is both a good and bad weapon against the global warming. When we talk about the green agenda at international level, globalization is also the main thing we have in order to cooperate all together between all countries in order to find a unique global solution for the problem. When you're talking about transportations, if you look at our resolution, you may say that we are just giving such examples, for example, bike lanes, public transportation. Your idea about the planes is a great point, but actually our topic was about the cities, and I don't really know how planes are related with cities. Even thought, as I said, you're just saying examples, so planes should be also a great example to take into account. When you say about annual gatherings, if you look at our 11, the last but not least, operative clause, you may say that we are encouraging cities to join the C40. C40 is doing annual gatherings or even more often, so that's already covered in our solution. Also about the industrial regions, that's why we want the cooperation between cities. Cities want to have a better lifestyle, a more green environment. So that's why we want to different cities, different villages, bigger and smaller, to cooperate each other in order to find a solution to this problem. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for replying to all of the points raised during the tax speeches, Reggie. Thank you very much. I think we can now move on to the open debate, but right before that, is there any point of information for the committee on Reggie? There is one. Which committee are you? Ample 1, you're recognized.
I was looking at your operative clause 7A, and I would just like you to clarify what exactly you mean by a green loan. And also clarify why I'm being laughed at, because I'm actually lost.
Hey. Was this for Maria?
Okay, green loans.
Oui.
Yeah. Quickly, in 20 seconds, what a green loan is, Reggie?
So basically a green loan is when you give money to an enterprise in order for them to try and implement some measures or some updates and some major innovations in order for them to become more energy and cost efficient. And that's it.
Thank you very much, Reggie. Yes, we can open the open debate, obviously. So we'll start definitely with ITRE 2 in English.
Hi. I really like your resolution. But I got one question about it. That is, You're talking about 6B, the preservation of green areas and creation of new ones in the most polluted areas. I'm for this, but there's also, you have to also think about the carbon footprint that you may leave in these polluted areas. Like, to create these new areas, you need to transport trees, you need to build, you need to start digging holes and stuff like that. It will leave a large footprint concerning carbon dioxide. What do you propose to reduce these carbon emissions when creating these new new green areas? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ample 2, sorry, each 2 for this suggestion. We have then Ample 1 followed by. Can we please keep the laughs though? Okay, but can we please keep the laughters to the minimum? Thank you. Inta, you have a direct response, please.
Yeah. Thank you very much for the floor. For the direct response, when you're building a house, first you need to break a rock in order to build a foundation. The same thing is with green areas. You need to go a little bit backwards in order to go forwards on a long-term scale. And generally, I agree with that resolution, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the philosophical stance on the point. No, really appreciate it. Ample 1, we were talking about you, and then followed by CD in German.
Thank you. In your IC.L, you also mentioned the meat industry as a source of pollution, but you do not tackle this in your resolution. But according to the statistics, animal agriculture is responsible for 18% of all greenhouse gas emission, while the transportation, all combined, is responsible for only 13%. I would overall like to ask, why are you not tackling the problem of animal agriculture while you offer solutions for the transportation problem in your OC6A? I would recommend creating maybe a common action plan for the EU member states on the reduction of animal products consumption. Thank you.
Ein sehr wichtiger Punkt, der mir in eurer
Wait a second, sorry, there's a direct response from Econ. Is it directly responding? Yes, the point about agriculture not being considered? Yes, please.
I'd just like to make the point that in their topic stated how should the EU support cities in becoming drivers of climate change, and agriculture is an extremely small sector within the cities.
Thank you very much. Econ. Sede, sorry for having cut you off.
Okay, no problem. Ein sehr wichtiger Punkt, der mir in eurer Resolution komplett abgeht, ist der Bereich Forschung und Entwicklung. Gerade in diesem Bereich nämlich wird es in Zukunft einige sehr interessante neue Technologien geben, die eben entscheidend dazu beitragen können, also eben entscheidend zum Klimaschutz beitragen können. Und deswegen sollte dieser Punkt eigentlich ein entscheidender Bestandteil eurer Resolution sein.
I think something happened with the English translation of this point. Yeah.
I can say it in English.
Yes, that would be nice. Thank you.
What I'm really missing in your resolution is the area of research and development, because in this area there are some interesting new technologies that will be available in the future, and these technologies could drastically change the climatic impact, and therefore this should be an essential part of your resolution.
Thank you very much. Definitely there was a technical mistake from in something related to translation, but they're still doing an amazing job. I guess you all recognize that. We can now, I think, go back to the proposing committee. Reggie, we want to hear you after these 3 points. Yeah, we'll be ready. Thank you. You're recognized.
Okay, so thank you for all the committees for your interesting points, and thank you for Ample 1, I think, and another committee that responded for us. Like, I have basically nothing else to say. Thank you. Then for SEDE, for research and development, we actually have this on clause 8, where we talk about eco-friendly initiatives, and it could also be included in clause 10, up to City Council how much they want to invest in research and development. That, I think I've finished. Yes.
You're finished?
No, but
finished.
Well,
Yeah,
I get okay. For the point one of E32, when he said that the first investment in green areas could harm the environment. Actually, like the first time, yes, but we were talking about a long term, and in long term, like green areas are really beneficial for the city. And we also like to say that it's really in function of each city, because each city has its own infrastructure. So we're not like going to put a green area where it's not possible. So we have to adapt this to each city and considering their own infrastructure.
Reggie got it all figured out before. So we can move on to the second round of debate. We have Libe 1, followed by Libe 2. So whenever Libe 1 is finished, Libe 2, you can already start your point.
On general, on your resolution, you support some ideas making cities more eco-friendly, but I'm really sure that there must not be limited only in the frames of support. There must be implemented also some responsibilities and some sanctions. For example, if the industrious countries, when they have much heavy industry, break the rules of keeping the eco-friendly like these rules. So you mentioned nothing about this. I would like to know why. And that's all.
Libe 2, please.
Thank you.
Okay, Libe 2, sorry, there's a direct response. Yes, from Sede, in English, yes.
Thank you for the floor. So I would like to respond to that, how that could be done, for example, because there indeed are cities that have problems adapting to this, like to renewable resources at the moment. And for example, in the factories, they could implement filters so that for the short term, they would be more eco-friendly until they adapt to renewable resources. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sede. Please leave it to yes.
Okay, danke schön. Also, was in dieser Resolution fehlt, meiner Meinung nach, ist, dass ihr in den ganzen Resolutionen über die grünen Felder gesprochen habt, also geschrieben habt. Und was eigentlich für mich wichtig ist, ist die Verschmutzung. Also bei uns gibt es viel Verschmutzung in dieser Welt und zum Beispiel würde ich Ihnen vorschlagen, die Produkte, die aus zum Beispiel Indonesien kommen, für die man die Regenwälder abholzen soll. Die Produkte, die Abholzung brauchen, der Regenwälder, einfach nicht in den Europäischen Union zu erlauben, weil sie halt die Regenwälder über 40% der gesamten Sauerstoff in unserer Welt bringen und man eigentlich, der größte Problem ist, dass wir in unserer Welt Verschmutzung haben und nicht, dass wir nicht genug grüne Felder haben oder so weiter. Also ich würde Ihnen einfach sagen, dass der Hauptproblem würde sein, meiner Meinung nach einmal, die Verschmutzung zu reduzieren. Okay, danke.
Thank you very much. I'd still invite you guys, everyone, to look at the topic of Reggie. Okay, whenever you, because this one was definitely not on topic. So I'd say we move on, and thank you very much, still Libe 2, but please regard the topic, because otherwise we will get a bit confused with the debate. So also the direct responses, down please. Thank you. Let's move on. Who was next? Ample 2. Yes, and sorry before translators, I forgot to say in German. Sorry for that. So Ample 2, please, in English.
Thanks for giving me the floor, finally. I'm sorry. 70% of cities are already dealing with the effects of climate change, and nearly all are at risk. We cannot prevent it by making public transport more affordable, which in fact it already is, promoting use of low-interest green loans while they do not work well, or reducing the amount of motor vehicles in the light of 21st century. And that's why I propose general infrastructure upgrade as a main aim, investing in new infrastructure or radically upgrading existing highways and transmission lines would help cut greenhouse gas emissions and drive economic growth. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Another point who, we would have come back to the proposing committee anyway. But first there's another, would you mind we take that direct response and we go back to you anyway, Reggie? You're very nice. Libe 1, please, direct response.
Okay, so if greenhouse effect is like the main factor that you're worried about, I don't understand how making public transport more affordable, which it isn't affordable in all countries. For example, in Ireland, it's an absolute rip-off. I don't understand how putting more cars on the highway would do it any favors at all. The more greenhouse gases isn't going to help the greenhouse problem. I don't understand your point. Thank you.
Okay, so we will go back to Reggie. So Reggie, you will have the chance to reply to all of the points, included this last one with the direct response.
Okay, thank you. So first of all, I would like to ask you to not ask questions about specific industries, because if we had solutions for every specific industry, our resolution paper would be like 10 pages long. And technically the thing about pollution, all of our measures are about pollution, and there are individual solutions about how we can mitigate it. Then about the thing about transportation and why it matters for it to be affordable, we need to keep in mind that people are the ones that are actually paying for all these changes to happen. So we need people to be happy and pleasant and be really supportive in our effort. Then you talked about how we only support cities. We do not only support them, we have personalized agendas, and we will help them in their effort to create something rigid and something that they will actually want to enforce, because it's in their best interest to do, both for the cities. And the same thing applies to private enterprises and companies, because they know that if they are more eco-friendly, they will get tax reliefs, and they will also improve their image. As well, again, about the thing about people using cars. We can't force everyone into using public transport, but we can also promote other forms of cars, like electric cars or ones that run hydrogen. And again, if you look at clauses 5 and 6, you will clearly see that we are addressing the problems you aforementioned before about how we will achieve these goals. I don't think there were any other points. Thank you.
Then we also don't think it. Thank you very much. The third round of debates. I'd highly suggest you to explore different areas of the resolution which have not been explored yet. Okay, we'll go to Deve, followed by AFCO.
Thank you very much. While your proposals on renovating the infrastructures are indeed very good, I feel like I'm missing a clause that addresses the problem of commuter cars, so the people that don't live within the cities but do drive there and work there every day. I believe there was a recent ban in Paris that banned cars made after a certain age and a certain model, and the citizens kept on driving it, disregarding the fact that they would get a fine every day because it would be more expensive to instead buy a new car. So I would suggest that you put in a clause that deals with the commuter trains and the commuter cars, basically the people that just don't have access to public transport. Thank you very much.
We can move directly to, what was that again? Forgot? Yeah, AFCO, sorry.
Thank you. I would like to support OC7 to encourage small and medium enterprises because due to marketing studies, consumers are willing to pay more and more for green products, such as biofood, for example. And I would also encourage small and medium enterprises to invest into eco-friendly projects or produce such products and use it as their corporate social responsibility / conscious capitalism, which almost all enterprises have to have.
Thank you very much, Afko, for this point on SMEs. We will finish this round of debate with, oh no, there's a direct response. No, there's a direct response there, isn't there? Yeah. In English, Cal 2, thank you.
Thank you. We just heard a point about the small and medium enterprises and the fact that the ones making considerable progress should be rewarded. However, in the OC 7b, it states that assistance should be given to small and medium enterprises that make progress. However, we think it is much more productive to offer assistance to small and medium enterprises that are having difficulties with reducing their carbon output rather than helping the ones that are already making progress. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Cult 1 was the last point of this round of debate before we go back to the proposing committee.
Okay, so I would like to address something that is actually not in your resolution and I think should be, which is the developing cities, the growing cities, not large cities, not megalopolises. And the tendency for the cities to grow in a way that is very uneco-friendly and in a way that takes a lot of space. And that means the old city center is left alone without any revitalization. Then the industrial complexes grow around the city, and then behind the industrial complexes, family homes are built, and because of such distribution of people and places, the amount of the distance that people have to travel in order to get all their services and go to work is greater and greater, and unfortunately you do not, at least I don't see any clause that would address this issue. Thank you.
There's a direct response from Ample 2 on developing city, right? Developing cities, right? Yes, in English, Ample 2.
About the planning you addressed, I think it's unfair to say that they didn't take this into account because I saw quite a few clauses about the urban planning. So yeah, just wanted to bring that up. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Yes, let's move to the proposing committee, yes. Oh, there's not a direct response. Do you also still want to just show support to the proposing committee, or do you also want to add something to the debate? You don't want to add anything to the debate? You want to add? Okay, please, yeah.
So she said they did think about an alternative for, like, because of the long distance. And I also saw it. They said they wanted to make bike lanes and make better public transport, but only bike lanes is not enough because, like, when I go to Brussels, which is an hour from my home, I don't always take my bike, and then it's very nice that there's a bike lane, but without a bike, I still can't get anywhere. And they also try to make big green areas in Brussels, and the consequence of that was that the guy who was responsible for this wasn't allowed anymore to enter the restaurants in that area because they didn't have clients anymore because of him. Thank you.
Okay. I think we drifted a bit away from the very first point, which was on development cities, but fair enough. Reggie, you have the chance to reply to the points previously made.
Thank you very much for all of your ideas and points. So first of all, about commuter cars. So we do agree. This is why we propose urban planning. So in a way, this does involve commuter trains. So by investing in our sustainable infrastructure, and especially urban planning and public transportation, we will be able to tackle this issue both inside the city center and outside of it. Concerning the second point of eco-friendly programs, so yes, we do agree. Basically, we're saying that each and every small medium enterprises gets a green loan, and if after getting the green loan, if they do show considerable progress, we will be providing them even additional assistance. So in either way, we're promoting both cases. Concerning the third point, which was which was basically to offer assistance with difficulties, again, it's kind of a similar point, that we do try and incorporate this to all SMEs by having green loans and by also having additional assistance, which is both motivation, financial aid, and experience. And concerning the last point, which is that small cities about developing, and that small cities are kind of still developing, and they're not developing at a sustainable way. So this is why we do have urban planning for them to start developing and planning their cities in a sustainable way, as well as the C40 conference, which does allow them to have experience from even major cities, so how to implement, basically how to plan their city in a way which is sustainable and eco-friendly. So these are the two options. And the last point being about Brussels bike lanes and not enough. So again, this is why in our resolution we have written the words considering the local circumstances, because we do realize that is a situation between different cities. We can't really address it like on point. So that's why these agendas are flexible, and each mayor, each city, each government of the city can use the tools at their own disposal, which will be most effective for their own city. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Reggie, for squeezing in all of the answers to all of the points. We move on to the very last round of debate. That will be a bit shorter than the other ones. So Reggie, get also ready at some point to sum up the debate. Might I suggest to you to introduce to propose new things, introduce new actions? Maybe you could also just say how you would reply to the topic questions yourself, something that maybe Reggie didn't put in the resolution and so on. Let's see. So we can start with a point by INTA en français and then Econ in English. So INTA français, Econ English.
Merci beaucoup. Alors, je voulais dire que Régie a fait une très bonne résolution quand on arrive à l'aspect du changement climatique, tout que c'est à voir la création de dioxyde de carbone. Mais vous ne parlez pas de la gestion des déchets, qui est un problème énorme dans beaucoup de villes. Je pense seulement à Napoli, en Italie, où il y a eu des problèmes énormes. Donc, j'ai proposé que vous disiez d'inclure dans les agendas de parler de gestion des déchets et aussi avoir une plateforme pour partager les connaissances d'une gestion efficiente des déchets.
Econ, where are you? You can go. Yeah, you can go.
Okay, thank you very much for the floor. So I want to put your attention to something that hasn't been brought up yet, and this is the point 10A. So basically, first and foremost, I understand implementation of directives and different policies, but I don't get how can you pursue some policy on the governments of local bodies or member states by implementing an agenda, quote unquote. And then after that, I firmly believe that EU believes in the power and knowledge of local authorities that basically know the best how to govern their own land. So why do you want to put them away from the process? Thank you.
Okay, two very interesting points. Waste management, a new issue on the table, and the question of local representation in political agendas. I'm sad to say we have to take the last point of this big debate, and that will come from DW in Deutsch. And then Reggie, you just prepare yourself to sum up the debate.
Okay. Ich halte euren Willen, neue Grünflächen anzulegen, für essentiell. Meiner Meinung nach wäre es jedoch sehr wichtig gewesen, etwas auf diese Grünflächen einzugehen, da es gerade in Städten ein Platzproblem gibt. Und deshalb hätte ich vorgeschlagen, einen Fokus auf Fassaden und Dachbegrünung zu legen. Aber an was habt ihr ursprünglich gedacht?
Thank you very much, Deve. Reggie, you are recognized, even though your packet is not high, but you are, and you have 3 minutes from the podium. I will tap after 1.5 minutes and then before 30 seconds.
Okay, good afternoon. Actually, I want to answer the point made by Inta, and you really find the right person because I live near Naples. So actually, we put flexible plans that are that mayor have to decide, and that's why every city has the power to establish his personal plan, and it can be like used even for garbage and I mean for everything. About local representation, that is another point. We just like want to involve all the community in this project, and it is clearly expressed, I think, in the first clause when we suggest collaboration on city level among local authorities, city institutions, advisors, people, everyone could like help our project. And I think that is all. Thank you.
Dear Mr. President, honorable members of the board, and fellow delegates, we have now spent almost half an hour debating about how to use cities and the means they offer in order to reduce pollution on a larger scale. However, discussing in such a formal settings about these things like gaps in the resolution, stakeholders, or how and why we have written certain clauses, we have started to look at the matter in a political or theoretical way. We have drifted away from the hands-on approach to the one with which each and every one of us can provide an opinion based on examples from their own experience. However, when all of us at Regi were crafting this resolution, what we had in mind was our own cities. Not long after we started working, we came to realize that the reason we had all gathered in the committee room was a concern for our own cities, countries, and then the entire world. I come from a city with no urban planning, where cars from the late 1900s still roam the streets, and the ones from the early 2000s are the most common, all contributing to almost unbreathable air. Just like me, all the other members of my committee came up with the issues they had found their own cities. Thus, the entire resolution was based on what we believe is an accurate and inclusive description of the reality behind which the problem is hidden, as well as the measures needed to make our own city smarter, more eco-friendly, more innovative, and more cooperative, leading to a better lifestyle for all of us. And that is why we encourage you to vote for our resolution. We don't work mechanically. We live, we see, and we learn. That's what we have, and what we have learned is that the road ahead is still quite long, but the means to get there on time are already on the hands of each of you. It is you who are being given the opportunity to support a cause that affects the 7 billion people living on this planet. So at the end of the day, it's still up to each and every one of you to join us in this cause and beliefs, to vote in favor of our resolution, to create your own ripple of change in this world. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Reggie. Also perfectly timed, very inspiring, reply to the points. Thank you very much. Now, I'd suggest you take 13 seconds to decide whether you want to vote in favor, against, or abstain, and then we will ask you what your decision is. Okay, I think the 13 seconds have passed, so I'd invite everyone who would like to vote in favor of the resolution to raise their hands. Okay, hands down. Everyone who would like to vote in favor of the resolution, hands up. Against. Hands down. Anyone abstaining? I think that it's quite clear that the resolution by Reggie has passed. Congratulations, Reggie. And we now have a brief Energizer.
Oh shit. just do it with your upper body.
Okay, can I get everyone to stand up, please? Okay. So this game's called Heads and Tails. It's very, very simple, guys. I'm going to flip a coin, and it's going to land on either heads or tails, and you have to guess which one it's going to land on. If you think it's going to land on heads, put your hands on your head. If you think it's going to land on tails, your backside. Okay? Ready? Make your choice, heads or tails. Okay. It's tails. So everyone that picked heads, sit down. Okay. Let's go again for a second round. So heads or tails? Okay. It's tails. Okay. Still in? Yeah. Okay, let's go again. Heads or tails?
Stick with your first choice.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's tails. Okay, ready again. Heads or tails? Is everyone picked? We'll do that one again. It's heads. Okay, who have we got left? Who have we got left? Hands up if you're still in. Okay. Okay, can I get everyone down to the front who's still standing? Come on. Come on, quick. Balcony, come down. Okay, let's get you in a line.
Good.
Who? What? Are we waiting on people? Okay. Okay, so do you want to tell us who you are and where you're from?
I'm Kaya, I'm a journalist, and I'm from Estonia.
I'm Sinan, I'm delegate, I'm from Turkey!
Hello everybody, I'm Rodrigo. Rodrigo! Yeah. And you can guess I'm in Spain! Woo!
Imagine still having that thing on.
No.
Ich bin der Conlon und ich komme aus Hamburg, aus Deutschland.
No.
What? I'm Mari. I'm from Estonia.
Thank you. Okay, perfect. So here we go, guys. So heads or tails? Can I get a drum roll? Pick your choice. Heads or tails? Heads or tails? It's heads. Okay, here we go again. Heads or tails? Drum roll. Okay, make your choice. It's heads.
You want an extra croissant for tomorrow morning. Croissant, an extra croissant for tomorrow morning.
Nee, ik ook niet. Ik heb juist een down van gekregen. Ik kreeg zo'n suikerkick, weet je, nog even.
Alors, we will soon start. I will start in English when I read out the resolution, when I read out the topic, and then afterwards, after I start recognizing the committee for the first time, I will switch into French for the rest of the debate to let the translators know. So, do we have a moment? Okay. So, moving to a motion for a resolution by the Committee on International Trade, INTER. Keeping in mind that the EU and India have not concluded a free trade agreement, how should the EU seek to reinvent its trade policy towards one of the largest nations on earth? Now, we do have a friendly amendment, which I will read just out in here. So, in the introduction clauses, if you take out your sheet, clause Q, so Q for Queen, it should read. Okay, so it's completely changed. So you can draw a massive line through clause Q, and instead you can replace it with, and I repeat slowly, aware of the change in the EU negotiation strategy, which no longer includes any data exclusivity program. So provision, not program. So I'll read it once again. Aware of the change in the EU negotiation strategy, which no longer includes any data exclusivity provision. So now that we've made that friendly amendment, I will now switch into French for the rest of the debate. Alors, est-ce qu'il y a la commission proposante qui souhaite lire les clauses d'action? Inta? Où est-ce votre placard? Inta, vous êtes reconnu. Allez-y.
So, Mr. President, honorable members of the board, fellow delegates, the motion for a resolution by the Committee on International Trade has proposed the following operational clauses. 1. We emphasize the need for a creation of a legal framework with fair competition rules so that SMEs can survive among the expansion of MNCs due to the FTA. 2. Calls for investment in the agricultural sector in India in order to introduce modern technologies and provide local farmers with associated training. 3. Encourages the establishment of exchange programs, courses, and research sharing opportunities for students and professionals involved in agricultural sectors. 4. requests the simplification of bureaucratic procedures for EU investors investing in India. 5. Urges India to enforce transparency regulations such as country-by-country reporting. 6. Suggests that member states simplify investors that have currently been investing in the United Kingdom. Harmonization of health and environment regulations between EU and India. 8. Further recommends drafting a deal that would motivate both EU and Indian companies to pursue green policies through lowered taxes and subsidies. Number 9 is supposed to be a headline. Number 10 supports the European Parliament's plan to create a permanent investor court system, ICS, with independent judges to settle disputes between states and foreign investors, as already done in the FTA with Canada. 11 encourages the EU to allow public access to the EU-India Free Trade Agreement and investment court system negotiations. 12 calls for India to enforce the same economic and legal regulations for foreign and local firms. 13 affirming the efforts of the delegation of the European Union to India in promoting products made in the EU for the Indian market. 14 suggests negotiating market sectors in which to reduce investment regulations in order to facilitate trade in those areas. 15 encourages patent sales and research sharing between the EU and Indian companies. 16 further requests the creation of experience sharing programs for professionals and internship programs for students in the field of pharmaceuticals. 17 emphasizes the need to harmonize the intellectual property regulations with India and the need to negotiate more severe punishments for violation of IPRs by Indian enterprises. And finally, 18, supporting the current EU negotiation strategy that does not include any data exclusivity provisions or the lengthening of the patent term agreed upon in the trade-related aspects of intellectual property agreement.
Merci beaucoup, Inta, pour cette lecture de la résolution qui était très claire. Est-ce que, Inta, est-ce que vous avez quelqu'un qui souhaite défendre votre résolution? Inta, vous êtes reconnu. Allez-y.
Honorable members of the board, distinguished guests, fellow delegates. June 2007, the European Union and India came together to finalize a free trade agreement which should boost trade and investment flow in both regions. By the estimation of experts, the expected result is double trade. The negotiations didn't meet the
Sorry, 1 second. Sorry, can I ask you just to move the microphone a little bit further away?
Okay.
Thank you.
16 more rounds of negotiations in order to find conditions which should help the broad-based trade and investments agreement appear. 2013, all the negotiations stopped due to the decision of the EU to ban more than 700 Indian-made generic drugs. Your question is why it is so important for the EU and us as the part of it. The answer to this question is pretty obvious. Liberalization in the goods sector will lead to an ambiguous welfare effect. Reaching the consensus on the issue of BTEI, we are getting closer to rising profit from trade with India, which is one of the largest nations on the earth. The parties face disagreement regarding regulation on tariff policy for European cars, wines and spirits, quality of the products made in India, flagship economy sectors, etc. Another problem is weak intellectual property rights regime. The entire do not allow countries to move forward in the negotiations. The year the negotiations have been revived, That means that necessity to accelerate the process in order to stop losing potential profit. The Committee on International Trade of the European Youth Parliament proposes a resolution which should foster the process and help in reaching consensus in BTEA between the EU and India. Through the resolution, we covered the problems point that didn't allow moving the process toward agreement. The clauses are aimed at satisfying the willingness and expectations of both parties and include decisions which should be made by them. We have found the way to make trade transparent and beneficial for all the stakeholders. We have looked at different sectors such as medicine, environment, agriculture, industry, and direct investments. Through covering educational, legal, and economical aspects, we eliminated the possibility of having disagreements between the two parties. Some of the solutions are the result of implementation of best practices of the EU in trade relationships such as transatlantic trade and investment partnership and trans-Pacific partnership. Now, when the negotiations on FTA are taking place again, these actions should be taken in order to reach the agreement. Otherwise, the perspectiveness of strategic partnership will be elusive. Are we ready to decline the opportunity to receive such a big welfare effect? The question is open and up to you. If you care about the future, you will definitely vote in favor for the resolution.
Merci beaucoup pour cet discours qui était à 3 minutes pile à la seconde près. Et maintenant, juste avant de passer, est-ce que je peux vous demander tous de ne pas activer votre micro jusqu'au moment qu'on vous ait reconnu. Même, par exemple, si vous le faites pendant 1 seconde, pendant que ce n'est pas vous qui parlez, il y a le caméra qui va vous viser. Et c'est pour ça que tous les 5 minutes, il y a le caméra qui regarde quelqu'un qui ne parle pas. C'est parce que vous avez activé votre micro, peut-être sans faire exprès. Donc, je vous demande d'éloigner vos portables, éloignez vos bras et vos mains du micro, s'il vous plaît. Et comme ça, on ne va pas avoir tous les gens qui ne parlent pas sur la télé. Alors maintenant, maintenant que nous avons eu cet bon discours de défense, nous allons passer au discours d'attaque. Alors, est-ce qu'il y a des commissions qui souhaitent attaquer cette résolution? Je vois 5, 6... Pour l'instant, je vois 6 commissions. Alors, il y a des messages un peu différents partout que je n'arrive pas à lire. Nous allons prendre 2 discours. Nous allons commencer avec ITRE 2, puis nous allons passer à LIBE 2. Donc, ITRE 2 et LIBE 2, préparez-vous tous les deux. Si vous êtes ici, merci de venir devant. Si vous êtes là-haut, vous pouvez rester là-haut, mais mettez-vous debout et prêt pour parler. Allez-y, ITRE 2 et LIBE 2.
Honourable members of the board, distinguished guests, fellow delegates, Mr. Vice President. I'd like to start off by thanking the Intercommittee for its efforts in this resolution, not least because the fragility of negotiating free trade agreements has become apparent in the past years, first and foremost with TTIP and CETA. However, and I do say this with regret, your complete lack of a coherent economic concept in this resolution is inexcusable. It is my view that you have conveniently omitted highly pertinent and indeed crucial factors in your resolution, perhaps in the hope that this would go unnoticed. It is for this reason that I wonder whether the Intercommittee noticed the rather disconcerting hypocrisy in expressing alarm at India's protectionist trade policies when the EU has exactly the same kind of policies towards countries outside of our union, yet no alarm is expressed at this fact. Moreover, I wonder whether the Intercommittee did not realize the sheer recklessness in attempting to attract investment originating from India from the UK, when the UK can now, due to the upcoming Brexit, negotiate an FTA with India much more efficiently and transparently than the remaining 27 EU member states, who need to first find a consensus amongst themselves. Lastly, I wonder how the Intercommittee can't recognise that by attempting to impose stronger intellectual property rights in the area of medicine in India, they will inadvertently drive up the prices of healthcare by enforcing the quasi-monopoly the West has on healthcare and drive down the low standard of living even further. All in all, it seems clear to me that the Intercommittee has handled their topic too superficially. Whilst the deal they propose may be a good one for the EU, they have forgotten that an FTA is made between two parties, and it is my firm belief that the resolution here is grossly unfair to India, which is why I would urge you to vote against it. Thank you very much.
Distinguished President, dear members of the board, honorable guests, fellow delegates, all of us wants to see our beloved EU strong. But what do we see in the INTA's resolution? INTA suggests investment in agriculture of India in OC2. Isn't it better to protect and support our own companies to be sure that we will have cheap and high-quality products in the future? Isn't it better to finance European researches on efficiency of our own agriculture? We doubt if our own farmers won't suffer because of these treaties with India. Then, take a look at OC8. Instead of making Indian companies to adopt green policies, it's better to provide stricter control upon green policies in the very EU, even though now it is thought to be eco-friendly. Now it's a hard time for Europe, and we have to concentrate on our own problems.
Merci beaucoup. Alors, merci beaucoup pour ces deux discours. Le premier, qui se basait sur une autre approche, en disant que vous avez parlé des politiques de protection de l'Inde, mais pas aussi de la politique de protection de l'Union européenne. Et ils ont mentionné le Brexit et ils ont mentionné les effets des droits de propriété et ce que ça peut avoir sur, par exemple, sur la médecine, sur les prix, etc. Et la deuxième, qui questionnait les effets d'une telle agreement sur les home produce. Désolé pour les traducteurs là. Alors, Enta, est-ce que vous êtes prêt pour répondre à ces deux discours d'attaque? Allez-y.
Fellow delegates, I thank you for your attack speeches, but I'm also very sorry to say that you're constantly mentioning that we were superficial, whereas you were superficial, meaning that when mentioning protectionist policies, you said that we were enforcing them to enlarge them, and our OC clearly states that we do not want any protectionist policies, so superficiality is on your part, not ours. Moving on, attracting investments from the UK, of course, EU is India's most largest trading partner. UK has also an advantage of being in the Commonwealth of Nations, but with Brexit, the worth of the pound plummeted. They have less money, their their domestic market is unstable, investment as well. So India's smarter move is to invest in the EU, which can offer way more than the UK itself. Moving on domestic agriculture, I mean, we already have a high-tech agriculture, we have subsidies, and we have high-quality products. India does not. By investing in India's agriculture, we can increase their spending power, which will make them buy more of our products, which are high-value products. And the EU should base on high-value products because we are the foremost union in those products, in production of those products. Moving on, you were mentioning OC 18 about protectionist policies and the regulations. Yeah, you're just simply wrong. And just give me a sec. Okay, and basically, I'm very sorry that I was this unpleasant, but the thing is, you did a superficial attack speech, and our resolution has covered pretty much everything, because if you haven't noticed...
Merci de conclure.
Yeah, okay, I'm concluding.
Ok, merci beaucoup.
Okay.
Merci beaucoup pour cette réponse de discours d'attaque. Et je vous rappelle tous, s'il vous plaît, d'avoir du respect pour tous ceux dans la salle. Donc de garder le respect pour tous les autres et garder le respect pour les opinions des autres. On peut débattre avec eux, mais on essaye vraiment de ne pas les insulter, s'il vous plaît. Alors, maintenant, juste avant de passer au débat général, nous allons demander, est-ce qu'il y a des points d'information sur des choses factuelles, juste une définition? Pas de points d'information? Parfait, c'est bien. Alors maintenant, nous allons passer au débat général. Donc, tous ceux qui ont des points de débat, merci de lever votre placard. Je dois avoir tous les placards dans l'air. Tous les placards. Nous allons commencer avec culte 2 en anglais. Ensuite, nous allons passer à affect en français. Allez-y, culte 2. Oh, pardon, culte 2, c'est en allemand. Je suis désolé, c'est en allemand. Et ensuite, on va passer en français. Culte 2, vous êtes reconnu.
Auf Deutsch, ja. In der Forderung 3 kreiert ihr Austauschprogramme, Kurse und Forschungsmöglichkeiten für Studenten und Professionelle. Und damit sprecht ihr automatisch von einer sehr privilegierten Minderheit in Indien. Ich persönlich finde, es wäre mal Zeit, sich um die breite Masse der Inder zu kümmern. Und das sind die armen Bauern, die in den Gemeinschaften leben, die total abgeschnitten sind von diesen großen, strukturell starken Gebieten in Indien.
Merci beaucoup pour ce point qui demandait si les clauses pouvaient aussi focaliser sur les autres gens, surtout les agriculteurs et une grande population. Parfait, donc maintenant nous allons passer à AFET en français et puis après MPOL 1 en anglais. AFET, vous êtes reconnu.
Merci beaucoup. Donc vous avez touché à beaucoup de différents points, mais à mon avis, il y a quelque chose que vous avez négligé, et c'est le côté des droits humains, surtout au milieu du travail. C'est quand même un sujet très sensitif encore, délicat encore en Inde. Et donc, considérant que les valeurs de l'UE disent que l'UE aimerait collaborer avec des pays qui respectent les droits humains, je propose d'inclure une clause pour le respect des droits humains dans les accords de libre-échange et d'accompagner ces accords avec des efforts pour promouvoir les droits humains, surtout au milieu du travail.
Merci beaucoup pour votre proposition sur l'implémentation des droits humains. Maintenant, nous allons prendre le point de MPOL 1 qui serait en anglais. MPOL 1, vous êtes reconnu.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to ask, you mentioned you have the part about direct investments. I wanted to ask, why did you include them? Because the topic was about trade policy and free trade agreements, and free trade agreements do not include any mechanisms that regulate direct investments or any kind of investments. So what's the point of including them in the part of trade policy? And also the same goes about the regulations of trade, because the India and European countries are part of WTO, World Trade Organization, and what's the the point of making new regulations, like for India and EU separately? Thank you.
Merci beaucoup pour ce point très concis. Très bien. Nous allons maintenant revenir à la commission proposante. INTA, est-ce que vous êtes prêts pour répondre au débat? Parfait. INTA, vous êtes reconnu. Allez-y.
I want to thank all of the fellow delegates for their very interesting points. So, starting from the last point, maybe free trade agreements don't normally include direct investment. However, the investor sector is of utmost importance for the European part, because we like investing a huge amount of money on India. So helping our investors to have better access in India will only help the European economy. On the same time, India invests too few money on the European economy. So making it also easier for Indians to invest on Europe will make it easier. Second to that, yes, there is the World Trade Organization. However, a free trade agreement should move things a step above what the World Trade Organization is already agreed on, as we're entering a new area for the whole world. So about human rights, yes, human rights are a very important issue. However, first of all, we're INTA committee. We're not the Libe committee. I'm very sorry about it. We cannot do a lot.
Can I just also ask you to slow down just a little bit for the translators?
Yeah. Okay. So about human rights, yes, this is indeed a very important issue. However, we are INTA committee, and human rights are not our topic of expertise. In addition to that, human rights currently are not an obstacle to the negotiation process of the FTA, so we can, for the moment at least, move forward until one of the two sides put it on the table of negotiation. So about OC3, as you can see, we are not saying that we haven't phrased OC in a way that excludes any kind of farmer from joining those exchange programs. So even poor farmers will have the right to do so. In addition to that, even if they were included, they would still be very well benefited by the exchange of expertise that will be brought to the Indian economy by the people that will come back there. So I think that was all the points. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup pour ces réponses très rigoureuses, très précises, qui ont répondu à toutes les questions. Donc, très bien. Maintenant, nous allons prendre 3 points en anglais. On va commencer avec ITRE 2. On va passer à Regi. Et ensuite, Libe 1. Donc, ITRE 2, allez-y.
Just regards to OC7, you mentioned a gradual harmonization of health and environmental regulations between the EU and India, which I take to mean that over time, the EU and India, their regulations will gradually become level and equal. However, what you did not specify is whether these EU regulations will be relaxed in order to achieve this harmonization or compromise. EU health and environmental regulations are famed and celebrated as a pillar of one of our shared culture, and if they are compromised, I believe it will be to the detriment of ordinary citizens. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, ITRE 2. Et maintenant, nous allons prendre un point de Regi en anglais, de Royal Regi. Vous êtes reconnu.
Thank you for the point, Mr. Vice President. Towards INTA, you state in OC8 that you follow a green policy, yet you never mention under the agriculture headline the detrimental effect on the environment of the fertilizers, and let's not forget the fossil fuels that will be used to create more product due to an increase in trade.
Merci beaucoup, Reggie, pour ce point. Maintenant, nous allons passer à Culte 2. Culte 2 qui serait en anglais. Vous êtes reconnu. Voilà, c'est juste en haut à droite.
Regarding OC number 12, I believe that having the same economic regulations for foreign and local firms would not be good for local because usually foreign ones have more money. I suggest having regulation fitting the capital of the firms.
Merci. Et maintenant que nous avons pris ces 3 points, nous allons passer à INTA, la commission proposante. pour répondre à ces 3 points avant de rouvrir le débat. Inta, vous êtes prêts? Vous êtes reconnus. Oh, il y a une réponse directe, juste avant. Je suis désolé, Inta. Il y a une réponse directe. Est-ce que vous l'avez toujours?
Thank you for the
Oui,
recognition.
ITRE 1, allez-y.
Thank you for the recognition. I would like to expand on the point that the other committee had just made, because the EU companies are much larger. I believe that India and EU should have an agreement where they change subsidies each other, like where EU changes their own primary sector subsidies while India changes their own, in order to develop India's market instead of just pouring money into it. So that way the Indian primary sector can develop their own sector without actually getting money and just pour into it. And this is practically give a man a fish, if you feed him for a day, teach him how to fish, he'll have fish for the rest of his life. Principle. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup pour avoir développé le point et d'avoir fini avec cette métaphore. Maintenant, nous allons passer à la commission proposante, comme je l'ai promis juste avant. Allez-y, Inta, vous êtes reconnu. Ah, je suis désolé, mais là, derrière, si vous avez réponse directe, merci de vraiment faire un petit peu de bruit. Donc, c'est culte 1. Vous êtes reconnu pour une réponse directe.
Well, I am in accordance with the last 2 points mentioned by 2 committees, because enforcing the same economic and legal conditions for local and international companies in India will simply destroy the local production in India. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup pour cet ajout aux 2 points précédents. Maintenant, nous allons revenir. Nous allons essayer pour la 3e fois de revenir à Inta pour leur point. Inta, vous êtes reconnu.
Yes. Hi. Hello. Thank you all for your great and wonderful questions. I'm sorry for my voice because I got cold. Well, I will start with responding to like each one on your point. Of course, EU regulations will not be related, but we said gradually because the difference in regulations between India and EU are so huge that India cannot just jump. I mean, the thing is this: we are concerned about having a free trade agreement with India, and the point is, we focus on the benefits of the European Union because that is the job, that is our duty. And when we make these kind of deals, you present your regulations, you present your deals to the following party, and it depends on them to agree to the deal or not. And coming to the part of big firms and local firms, when it comes to India, India has a very huge protectionist system that it prevents big firms in investing in those countries. So what we do is we make it easier for European firms to have the same regulations, and at the same time we help in expanding the local firms in the country. And coming to the part of, let's see, we have the one about environment, but yeah, going to the part of agriculture, about the environment, we will not really focus on the environment because when it comes to agriculture, we focus on producing high quality goods, which at the end of the day, it's like the risk it's placed to the environment is actually like low or not high. Yes, and that's it. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Alors, je vous demande si vous voulez féliciter quelqu'un pendant un débat comme ça. Merci juste de faire ça, comme ça on peut continuer directement. Merci beaucoup pour ces réponses très claires. Maintenant, nous allons prendre un point de l'IB 1 que j'ai raté tout à l'heure. Je suis désolé, l'IB 1. Donc, allez-y, l'IB, en anglais.
Thank you very much. I would like to bring attention to the point 10, where you say that you would create a permanent investors court system, which would be made out of independent judges and would settle disputes. The thing is, well, India wouldn't have to follow the decisions of this court if it did not want. We have seen this happen in the same region with the decision about the South China Sea in The Hague that chose the Indonesian side about the creation of artificial islands by China. Thank you. That's it.
Merci beaucoup, l'IB1. Alors maintenant, nous allons prendre 2 points de plus en anglais. Le premier, ça va être AFCO. Et le deuxième, ça va être l'IB2. Donc, allez-y, AFCO.
So I don't believe that having the public access to the negotiations is a very good idea because they're complicated moments filled with compromises and diplomatic actions where the public and the media can understand badly what is going on and thus damage the negotiations and its outcome, just like with the TTIP. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup pour ce point très pertinent. Maintenant, nous allons passer à l'IB2. L'IB2, vous êtes reconnu.
Thank you. I wanted to mention something that pertains to all of the clauses on medicine and pharmaceuticals, because the committee basically completely misses one of the largest problems that is related to patents and generics, and that is the very gray area practice of many Western pharmaceutical companies of evergreening, which is taking a pharmaceutical chemical, modifying it very, very, very slightly, and repatenting it as a completely new product, giving it another 25 years of complete protection, which allows them to drive up prices on medicine, allows them to reap more money off of something that really have passed into the public domain, and which is, in my opinion, completely unethical. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup pour ce point très moral. Alors, il y a deux réponses directes de DV et AFCO. Mais comme c'est AFCO qui vient faire le point d'avant, je vais prendre DV d'abord. Et si AFCO, si vous pouvez répondre directement à DV, vous pouvez le refaire après. Donc, DV, allez-y.
Well, apart from the reason that a lot of people would be saved by allowing generic drugs, the whole reason it would be very ambiguous if the EU would encourage patenting the drugs is that they are interested in India's economy that was built on allowing generic drugs.
Merci beaucoup, DV. Alors, AFCO, est-ce que votre réponse directe, c'est directement aux dernières réponses ici? Oui? AFCO, vous êtes reconnu. Allez-y.
It is true that that India's economy is based on generic drugs, but it would be very crazy from Europe to trade drugs with India, because the fact is that Europe has very strict regulations about medication that do not apply in India, so those are different standards, and you cannot trade drugs like that. Drugs are very serious things. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Ok, nous avons deux différents. C'était lequel en premier? Je suis désolé, Reggie, mais c'était Afet. Et Afet, ça va être en anglais? Ok, allez-y, Afet, les réponses directes. Et Reggie, vous pouvez écouter si vous voulez répondre directement à Afet. Ok? Afet, allez-y.
Does it work? Okay. I would actually like to mention that trade for pharmaceuticals actually already happens between European Union and India from both sides, as India...
I'm sorry, could you start your point again and this time speak a bit louder? The microphone seems to not be working that well.
Okay, and now? The trade between pharmaceutical companies between European Union and India already happens in quite a big measure, as India can propose and sells generic drugs into European Union, and European Union sells more difficult drugs to produce. So this point was kind of invalid. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup d'avoir aussi montré un autre point de vue sur le sujet. Reggie, vous voulez plus répondre directement au dernier point ici? Non? Parfait. Alors, nous allons revenir à la commission proposante pour répondre aux dernières questions et surtout pour répondre à ce débat qu'on vient d'avoir sur la médecine, sur la pharmacie, sur ce que cet pacte peut faire pour cela. Donc, allez-y, Inta, vous êtes reconnu.
Okay, first of all, I would like to apologize in the name of my friend for being a little bit rude. He didn't mean that.
To get to the topic, okay, first regarding OC number 10 and the ICS. If India agrees to the FTA, it binds both parties to follow all regulations set within it, such as the ICS. So if they don't agree, they would receive economic sanctions, and that will really be a good punishment since their economy depends on trade with Europe. Further going to medicine, generics cannot patent patented things because patented things are already patented. And this is regulated by the TRIPS agreement, which both India and the EU have agreed upon. And okay, generics are not forbidden. They're not against the law if the patent has expired. Now coming to morals, many poor countries rely on generic drugs. So if the EU stops the generic companies from producing them, we will be literally committing mass murder of people who cannot afford expensive European drugs. So somebody said that public access was bad. It's not bad. It can definitely not be bad. And it stops open negotiations, stop lobbying, they stop corruption, and they stop all interference with the negotiation because people are not happy with corruption or all of the aforementioned things. And I think that I have answered all of your questions. Thank you for your concrete advice. We will take it in consideration. That would be it.
Merci pour toutes ces réponses et aussi merci pour cette conclusion très constructive. Alors, avant qu'on continue, je vous demande tous ceux qui sont comme ça de se lever un peu plus, de bien s'asseoir. Et s'il y a quelqu'un à côté de vous qui se penche, merci de les secouer un peu. Ok, parfait. Alors, maintenant, nous allons prendre un point de CD et puis un point de MPOL 2, tous les deux en anglais. Allez-y, CD. Vous êtes reconnus.
Bon, merci.
Oh, pardon, CD, c'est en français. Je suis désolé. Allez-y, CD, en français.
Bon, merci. Je veux dire quelque chose à propos du point numéro 10. Avec l'introduction du mécanisme de règlement des différentes rondes entre investisseurs et États, on est en train d'endanger la souveraineté des pays européens et de l'Inde. Le nouveau règlement fait peur et prévente les gouvernements de faire des nouvelles lois parce qu'ils sont toujours en danger d'être condamnés. Merci.
Merci beaucoup pour ce point et merci surtout d'avoir utilisé une langue dans laquelle qui n'est pas la langue de votre commission aussi. Donc merci beaucoup. Maintenant, nous allons passer à MPOL 2. Allez-y, MPOL 2 en anglais.
Thank you for giving me the floor. One issue that hasn't been addressed in your resolution is one of India's key objectives when negotiating the FTA, the reform to allow Indian professionals to temporarily reside and work in the EU member states. If rules on movement of professionals were liberalized, India's business would benefit significantly from the increased access to the EU service market. What is your committee's stance when dealing with such a criteria? We, the MPOL 2 committee, recommend you to pursue this option as well when trying to conclude the FTA. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup d'avoir montré votre opinion dessus, d'avoir créé une proposition qui est très très bien. Et ça a créé déjà un débat. Donc, MPOL 1, je vais vous reconnaître pour votre réponse directe. Et les autres qui ont toujours une réponse directe, écoutez bien pour voir si vous pouvez répondre aussi. Allez-y, MPOL 1.
Thank you. I just wanted to remind all of us that the topic is about trade policy. The member of the committee said that generally free trade agreements include mechanisms about investments. They do not, and about the flows of migrants and the labor force. Like she said that the workers, professionals go to the European Union. That's not our topic, and this shouldn't be included in free trade agreements because this is the procedure in international relations. It is not included. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Et je vous demande aussi, donc c'est un très 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 bon point, et je vous demande aussi pour la prochaine fois d'aller un petit peu plus lent, juste aussi pour les traducteurs que je vois derrière. Alors, c'est bien, ça a continué le débat. Donc, on a Inta qui veut répondre directement à cela. Donc, allez-y, Inta.
As was previously answered to the same question, free trade agreements do include foreign investment, and it's a really big part of it, and it's really important for both the EU and India when dealing with the free trade agreement. It definitely is a part of it. We've done a bit of research on it. Thank you.
Parfait. Merci beaucoup d'avoir conclu ce mini-débat ici. Maintenant, nous allons prendre le tout dernier point par ITRE 1, et ça va être en anglais. Donc, allez-y, ITRE
1. Thank you for the recognition. Firstly, I would like to point out that if patents are shared with India, it is not the country that will steal the patents, make something of their own, make a counterfeit. It is third parties. And the problem here is that India is the second largest dumping and copyright infringing country in the world, second only to China. And the EU patents are at a very great risk should they be given to India. And furthermore, India, back to the health, India has too big of a population, and it's too dense, and there's not enough money. The health regulations in India are very low, very bad, and people even drink water from one of the most polluted rivers in the world, Ganges. And another point, India has one of the biggest malaria infestations in the world, and I think that equalizing health between India and the EU would take a really long time, and I do not think the level of equalization would ever be able to be reached. Thank you.
Ok, merci beaucoup pour ce point, mais pour la prochaine fois, je vous demande aussi de garder votre point à 1 point. Là, vous avez mis 3 points dans une. Je vous demande à chacun d'entre vous de bien respecter cela. Comme ça, on pourra avoir de plus de débats que possible entre nous. Mais merci pour les points. Maintenant, nous allons passer. Inta, est-ce que vous êtes prêt pour votre discours de conclusion? Oui? Allez-y, Inta, vous êtes reconnu. Vous avez 3 minutes.
So, bonjour à tous. Hello everyone. Guten Tag. So, for the standards, we need to have high standards. The EU cannot leave its high standards. It's a policy that we have gathered over time, as somebody says. I want only to remind you that 25 years ago, like Eastern Germany had a very polluted industry, but it switched very fast thanks to technology. And I wanted to remind also everyone that also India needs to benefit from the trade agreement. We need to have a win-win situation and need to find a compromise. For the IP regulations, India has signed the TRIPS agreement, which enforces also patents. And in our resolution, we want to make India enforce in a more efficient way the law on IP rights. About the movement of professional, we talk about movement of professional in the agriculture and university sector in our resolution, and already now Indian professionals can enter the Schengen area if they have a job offer in this area. About the ICS, ICS are much better than ISDS, as America does them. ICS offers independent judges. It makes that multinational can't lobby and bully states, so it's a much better alternative that still offer investors safety for their investments.
President, members of the board, guests, fellow delegates. The EU is in economic turmoil. The UK is preparing to leave, and uncertainty has engulfed all of the member states. We are now at risk of falling behind economically and politically. Major powers such as China and the US are growing quickly, whilst the EU, I'm afraid, is not. We must align ourselves with another upcoming power in order to secure our economic and political position. That power is India. A trade agreement with India will not only ensure we remain a world economic power, but it will bring enormous benefits to businesses and consumers in both the EU and India. Open markets will promote cohesion and cooperation between us and India, which is potentially one of the largest economies in the world. It's growing very, very quickly. It will give investors a chance to invest in India without the huge risks they faced before this trade agreement. And India will have the chance to export goods into the EU market and it will allow EU member states to do the same in India, which is beneficial for both the EU and India. So to conclude, our resolution is a major step for the EU. It will strengthen our economic position, our markets, and our relationship with India. It is a method for progression, and ladies and gentlemen, I would urge you and I beg you to support our resolution because this is the next big step for the EU. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup à vous deux pour ces deux discours qui étaient très, très, très bons, qui ont très bien conclu le débat sur ce sujet, qui était un débat très, très intense entre vous, donc c'est très bien. Maintenant, nous allons passer aux procédures de vote. Alors, je vous donne 5 secondes pour réfléchir individuellement, pour savoir comment est-ce que vous allez voter. Je vous donne 5 secondes. Allez-y. Alors, maintenant, nous allons passer au vote. Donc, je peux avoir l'attention de tout le monde. Alors, merci de lever la main si vous voulez voter pour la motion de résolution. Qui vote pour? Who votes in favor? Ok, merci. Merci de baisser la main. Et maintenant, qui sont ceux qui votent contre la résolution? Who is against the resolution? Merci de baisser la main. Et ceux qui veulent s'abstenir? Abstention? Merci. Une petite seconde. Alors, nous allons compter. So I will switch to English now. So, chairpersons, so listen very carefully, chairpersons, can you please collect the votes? Just 3 numbers in this order. 4, against, abstentions. When we call your committee, can you please just tell us in English, just the numbers, 4, against, abstentions, like 6, 7, 2. Just like that, okay? Please collect. Once you've collected, raise your placard. Okay, so now we're going to move on to voting. So please, can everyone raise your placards now that you've collected votes? And can we have total silence? That doesn't sound like total silence. Perfect. So, we're going to start on this side of the room with my committee. Reggie.
We have 7 in favor, 7 against, 0 abstentions.
770. Thank you. E-tray 1.
561.
561. Thank you. MPOL 1.
1240.
That's 1240. Thank you. Econ.
551.
So that's 551. Thank you. Econ, can you put your placard down? Thank you. At the back, that's MPOL 2.
1130.
1130. Libe 1.
1130.
Thank you. 1130. Deve.
630.
Thank you very much, David.
Sorry. 634.
634. So David is 634. AFCO.
560.
560. E-tray 2. 770. AFET.
590.
590. I can't. Is that Libe 2?
Yeah. It's 390.
390. Sede.
851. 851.
Thank you. 851. Thank you. And Colt 1, is it Colt 2? Colt 2. 960. Colt 1.
481.
481. And last but not least, Inter. 1600. Give us 1 second. Okay, so with 8 abstentions, 81 votes against, and 114 votes in favour, it is my honour to declare Inter's resolution being passed. Okay, so now I'm going to be very short with this. Sorry, I'm going to be very quick with this so you can have a longer break. Is that we're going to, please no one move yet. We're going to have a coffee break in the same room where we had lunch in, so in the lunch room. You can leave all of your stuff here, so don't worry. Please don't start moving your stuff or no one will be able to hear me. You have to come back in this room at 20 to 6 or you will miss the media team's video. Okay, so that's very, very important that you're here at 20... At 26, we're just taking a 10-minute break. So you go out there, grab something, stretch your legs, and we can come straight back. Not yet. Not yet. And please remember to take your eco cup with you. Okay? So eco cup, lunchroom, 10-minute break, stretch your legs, come back, media team video. Thank you.
drifting like a ghost on the sidewalk. I
No.
follow you, my love, hiding in a blur of emotions. I can't say no, though you're there when I'm high, you're gone when I'm low. I'm lost in your world. when I can't say no. When I can't say no.
All right, we're done with the challenges, I think, at least with this one. Thank you once again to all the media team members and for bringing to all the session participants another very high quality, very entertaining, lovely product. Thank you so much. A round of applause. Also, having gone through a lot of debates today and having enjoyed these fantastic facilities, I think we would all agree it's a fantastic venue, really. Also, a huge thank you to all of the people who have been supporting us throughout the day with the technicalities of the place and the video and sound and microphones and lights and everything. Thank you so much.
Thanks for the air conditioning.
Yes. All right, and now moving on, it is my pleasure to introduce the next motion for a resolution, which is by the Committee on Industry, Research and Energy 1, ITRE 1. Sorry. Okay. But then it's... All right, sorry for that. So, ITRE 1. In light of the digital single market strategy adopted last year, how should the European Union ensure that digital sectors and services can prosper and become more globally competitive? Is there anyone from the proposing committee who would like to read out the operative clauses? ITRE 1, you're recognized. Yes, Sigrun?
Actually, we also handed in a very brief, friendly amendment.
Yep. All right, so there's a friendly amendment by ITRE 1, which is to add, which is if you go to the operative clause 12, Yeah, it's very simple. You just need to add one word. So it would be into their operations and have this evaluated. And this is where you insert the word by independent logistics experts. So the full clause would read after the amendment as follows. Further recommends transportation companies to incorporate the findings of the aforementioned research into their operations and have this evaluated by independent logistics experts. That's that. And now we can move on to reading out the operative clauses. The floor is yours.
Thank you for the floor. Dear Mr. President, honorable members of the board, fellow delegates. The European Youth Parliament calls upon the European Commission to implement the ESMS rapidly, whilst also ensuring that companies are offered an appropriate time period in which they can make necessary adjustments. Invites the European Council to discuss the possibility of harmonizing fiscal policy amongst member states regarding digital market services. Urges the European Commission to enforce the implementation of the non-discrimination principle regarding geo-blocking. Requests that all owners of non-personal content websites have an English translation, should they originally be in a language other than English. Recommends that all member states follow the example of Estonia and implement the e-residency program. Calls upon the member states to implement subsidies for marketing purposes of startups and SMEs. This designates the European Commission to further develop the investor-to-state dispute settlement and ensure that it is included in the Transatlantic Trade and Investment Partnership Agreement. Urges ISPs to reassess their service provision policies, including data packages and data caps. Expresses its hope that member states and the European Investment Bank will invest more in internet infrastructure, especially in less digitally developed member states. Invites member states to ensure that they have the necessary infrastructure to facilitate the likely increase in long-distance transportation after implementing the DSMS. Further calls upon the EIB to fund extensive research into the field of infrastructure of parcel delivery and its efficiency. Further recommends the transportation companies to incorporate the findings of the aforementioned research into their operation and have this evaluated by independent logistic experts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Moving on, would the proposing committee like to deliver a defense speech? Each or one, you're recognized. The floor is yours.
Thank you for the floor. Dear President, honorable members of the board and fellow delegates. With a GDP of 14.3 trillion euros, the EU is the second largest economic bloc in the world. So you could say we have a certain share in the global market. However, ask someone to name some internet companies and the chances are high the answer will be Google, Facebook, Amazon, etc. And what do you see? None of them are European. In fact, of the 20 largest internet companies in the world, none are located in Europe. The EU is the most successful trading. But there's good news. To do something about the non-existence of the EU in the digital sector, the European Commission put forward the Digital Single Market Strategy, which aims at bringing down the barriers that exist in the digital single market. This will forge the digital single market of the EU to one single digital market. Companies will have access to a much larger target audience to sell to, and this will allow them to grow into a large multinational. And you might think, why do we need this resolution if the DSM strategy already exists? Well, this is because the DSM strategy contains room for improvement and lacks some aspects. Our resolution makes progress in fields of areas the DSM strategy does not cover. Let's take a look at an example. I want to introduce you to the average middle-aged married entrepreneur, John. John has internet companies, let's say, selling eco-cups online. His storage is located here in France. And customers living, for example, in Scandinavia have to pay unreasonably high amounts of transportation costs, which may prevent them from buying eco-cups. Another problem is the internet infrastructure. A bad internet connection or a data cap that obviously also prevents customers from buying eco-cups online. But John has hope. That's because our resolution aims at achieving a more efficient transport system and at guaranteeing a good internet connection all over Europe. So John can sell his eco-cups to as many people as possible. To conclude, maximizing the digital market will allow all sorts of different and original internet companies to reach their potential target audience. We reinvent the digital single market through diversity. So please vote in favor of this resolution, but unfortunately not for John, since he recently passed away. And about his wife, she never remarried. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that defense speech, and thank you for bringing up several relevant examples that all of us can relate to, including the eco cups. Moving on, we open the possibility for other committees to deliver attack speeches. Could we see all placards in the air, those that want to deliver an attack speech? All right, we'll have two attack speeches. The first one will come from Liebe 1, and the second one will come from Cult 1. And both of them will be delivered in English. Please come to the podium.
So, good afternoon again. Liebe 1, remember us? Firstly, good luck having successful online services without due data protection. Just saying. Secondly, and that would be the main point, the resolution kind of does not correspond to its actual meaning, because instead of giving the solutions, only questions arose in my head. You're contradicting yourself, even with the ICs and the OCs you did unite. I think that it is IC3 that does not correspond to the OC you have connected with it. Because you say that the rapid development of the document will have the negative effect, but still you're proposing to develop it so rapidly and to make it legislatively appropriate for the companies so that they can make the adjustments. Still, appropriate time for making the adjustments is not a legally right term, because appropriate time is different for different countries. And it's very hard to define what time would be appropriate for the single country. Later on, it's not enough to make rapid changes very smooth. And moreover, why should people be obliged to translate their sites into English? That is kind of discriminatory. Also, why shouldn't we invest more into internet infrastructure if we are already spending quite a lot of money for that thing? Later on, when we are already doing a lot of stuff, is it the problem with the current service provision? What is the problem with the current provision services? What is the problem with the services that the companies provide? And of course, I would like to emphasize that the resolution itself is kind of passive. Though, don't be misled, we really appreciate your ideas and the work that you've done, But still, at the end, it won't matter because probably all your codes and all your passwords are already cracked and hacked. Thank you for your attention.
Dear Mr. President, honorable members of the board, fellow delegates, ITRE 1 committee discussed enlargement of Europe's one of greatest achievements, the single market. The gains that grow every single day with the enlargement of digital market are harder and harder to not be noticed. However, I must say that I deeply disagree with ITRE's approach to this, how to tap into those gains. First of all, the geo-blocking, which you suggest to completely ban. While being restricted from using a service because you are in another country or being redirected to another website with different prices can be quite annoying, we must remember why such solutions are introduced. First of all, one case is that throughout the member states, the intellectual property rights vary very deeply. One example, the most restrictive ones being from Germany. And in order to establish a single digital market, intellectual property laws need to be unified or at least harmonized to some degree. Without it, it's not possible, and this topic is not even touched in your resolution. Secondly, geo-blocking is very often introduced because of companies. They just simply want to provide different prices for different member states. For example, Western countries where average salary is much higher than in Eastern Europe. And also they might just simply want to check different monetization systems. For example, BlaBlaCar, which provides carpooling services throughout Europe. In Western countries, there is a different monetization program than in the Eastern Europe. Another point which is very important to me is, because I'm from Celt1, is the fact that you want to oblige everyone to translate websites into English, which I think is very discriminatory and is against the basic values of the European Union, united in diversity. And I would much rather see a clause that would aim to support development of natural language interfaces and already existing tools such as machine translation and computer-assisted translation. I believe this would help to bring the European dream of united in diversity come true and also bring to life the theme of this session, which, as you may all remember, is diversity to reinvent ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much for both attack speeches. Before moving on, I would just very quickly like to remind all the delegates that very often, instead of that, we would much appreciate if instead of phrasing certain points as questions, you would just, when you disagree, you would just clearly state that you disagree. For instance, instead of asking, why should we or why shouldn't we, when it's quite clear that you disagree, it would be better if you just clearly said, I don't think we should, and then propose an alternative or a different way. Having said as much, we would like to now hear if ITRE 1 wants to respond to the attack speeches. Yes, ITRE 1, you're recognized.
Thank you for the floor. I think it's about time to say buonasera. Well, I will try to respond to all the different questions and critics about our resolution. First of all, you haven't read the DSM strategy. The DSM strategy includes various objectives, which includes also data protection. So it's in the strategy. They are working on it, and they will include it in the final result. Second, question on contradiction. I think that was you from Libe 1 were talking about ECC. ECC corresponds to our OC1. We said that we want to implement the DSM strategy, giving appropriate time to every country to make proper adjustments. Then, internet infrastructure, I think that we have to underline this. It's an important point in our resolution. We have Denmark, who is a country that has really good internet connection, and Greece and countries like Italy has not good internet connection. So the first thing it's the basic of obtaining a digital single market strategy. If you don't have the infrastructure, you can't buy online. Then, cult one, geo-blocking. Why prices varies? We don't want to ban geo-blocking. We just want to we just want to remember the European Commission to empower the non-discrimination principle already enforced. The non-discrimination principle wants to say that you have not to discriminate people without proper justifications yet. And of course, copyright laws are already included in digital single market strategy. And I think that I replied to everything. Thank you. Oh, yes, the thing about translation. Translation, we request to
Sorry, we'll come back to you later. Please conclude right now. Thank you.
Just English in addition to the native language, not just English. Thank you. I've concluded.
Thank you very much. Grazie mille. And now we're going to move on to, before we move on to the rounds of open debate, we would just like to very quickly check if there are any points of information from any committee. And we're very happy to see that there are none. So we're going to move on to the first round of open debate. Please raise your placards if you'd like to intervene. And we'll have the first point from INTA. You're recognized.
Now I think it's time to say dobro večer. Okay, I would like to say something about your operative clause number 2 regarding taxes. A lot of member states have different strategies regarding taxes. Namely, some of them basically base their economy on becoming tax havens. That's not a positive thing, but it has nothing to do with your topic. And other countries rely on having really high taxes, both on products and corporate tax, but corporate tax has nothing to do with it. So I think no member state for now will accept like harmonizing taxes, especially not because of internet trade, which is not the biggest trade area in Europe, like you stated in your resolution fact sheet. Thank you. That would be all.
Thank you very much. And moving on, we'll have the next point from the richest committee of the session, which is the Committee on Economic and Monetary Affairs. Econ, you're recognized.
In relation to operative clause 6, I'd just like to say subsidies can be seen as inefficient. How will you ensure that the subsidies, the SMEs and startups do not become dependent or on these subsidies? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Morgan. And we're going to have the third point in this round from AFET. You're recognized.
Thank you. Regarding the OC number 2, a harmony of fiscal politics would not be the most efficient suggestion to make. As the member states, irrespective of their region or economic history, are permanently struggling to reach high but different levels of stability as far as the digital market is concerned. Furthermore, the FED committee would like to congratulate you over the OC number 7. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before moving on to the last point of this debate, of this round of debate, I just very quickly wanted to remind you to please keep your interventions to only 1 point. Having said as much, we'll take the last point in this round from Reggie before going back to ITRE 1, and the point will be made in English.
Concerning the point number 12 of the resolution, to my mind, incorporating innovations and obtaining evaluations from experts might be an obstacle for local companies with smaller budgets than the ones of the American and Chinese corporations. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that point. It would be yet even better if you could also propose an alternative of what to do. But thank you nevertheless. And now we're going to go back. Before we go back, there's a direct response from Libe 2, which is about the role of experts. You're recognized.
Okay, great. So according to what was said at the other point, basically it would be way easier for a company in Europe to transport the goods just because the distances would be way shorter, and you could also incorporate companies that are not so in the scheme of big transportation of goods over the internet. Thank you.
I'm sorry, but that was not a direct response because the point that was made before was about the role of experts in particular.
So I was a bit late.
We're now going to go back to the proposing committee. ITRE 1, you're recognized to address several points, including points about taxes and tax havens, the role of subsidies and could they be inefficient, and also the role of experts that you, the way you've proposed it in your operative clause 12. You're recognized.
Thank you. Starting from the operating clause number 2, as much attention was pointed towards it, it has to do with our topic, as the DSM won't work without this, and it is based on the value-added tax imposed on startups, which require 5,000 euros a year for each company. And I would like to also underline the word invites, which we do that in order to try to minimize the geo-blocking. And also the question of the Econ Committee, we assume that the subsidies will do their job and they're the short-term solution, like we need to push the startups in order to them to get on their feet. And also about point number 12, I would just like to mention that it refers to companies, to large companies such as DHL. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the clarifications. We're moving on to the second round of open debate, and we will have the first point from Libe 2. You're recognized.
Okay. So as much as I support the digital single market strategy, actually, I have to say that I strongly disagree with your resolution, though. And the main point for that is that you include and support the ISDS, which is, in fact, a very intransparent system of shadow justice, which practically blocks any introduction of new and stricter regulations in favor of consumer protection or environmental protection, and almost always decides in favor of the investor. The committee before this one, the intercommittee, very wisely decided not to include an ISDS in their free trade agreement with India, and I support this, and I am strictly against any introduction of ISDS here in this resolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have two direct responses about the role of ISDSs with regards to this topic, and which one? And we'll take the one from the proposing committee. Each one you recognized.
Okay, thank you for the recognition. Okay, so what the problem is, as stated in the ICs, is that in Europe we do not have as much investment as in, for example, America. And what we want to have is that American investors also start investing in European companies. And we do that by introducing ISDS, which will protect the investors, and they'll be more likely to invest in European companies. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the clarification of what you meant by that. And we have another direct response from INTA, still on the role of ISDSs in this resolution. You're recognized.
About ISDS, there is an article by The Economist, one of the main magazines that are in favor of free trade and surely they want more investment, that says that ISDS do not bring more investments, and many times they're just used by multinational companies to bully states. So there are much better alternatives like the investor court system.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you very much also for bringing in relevant, up-to-date information and research you've done into the debate. And there's another direct response on this from Sede. You're recognized.
There's also a practical example for that. There's a trade agreement between the US and Africa where these investment settlements were actually included, and it ruined companies in Africa because it ruined countries, not investors in Africa, because they were sued for making laws and they couldn't afford the penalties.
Thank you. And now we're gonna take the next point from ITRE 2. You're recognized.
So in your OC number 1, you mentioned that companies have an appropriate time period to do adjustments. My question is, what would be the criteria used to establish this time period? Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll have the last point in this round of open debate before going back to the proposing committee, and that will come from the Committee on Culture and Education 2. You're recognized.
I do support the resolution in general, but I think there's a serious lack of encouragement for startup firms in this resolution. The only one I could see was marketing subsidies, and I think that A, this is a very finite resource, and B, it offers very little expertise and guidance, which I think is vital for startup firms, especially ones in the digital sector.
Thank you very much, Colty, for that point. And now, as promised, we're going back to the proposing committee. ITRE 1, you're recognized.
Thank you. So starting off, we assume that the ISDS would be used as written, and excuse me. Okay, sorry, I have to skip this one. Okay. Okay, yes. About the subsidies for the startup companies, these are just a short-term solution, and it's just a push in order for startups to get on their feet. Also, the digital single market already helps with starting up the startups, so we don't need to do much more about that. Okay. Okay, so about back to the ICDS. So Africa, that was because of the laws they imposed in Africa that negatively affected the companies that were invested in. And we in the EU do not actively impose laws against invested companies. We chose to include the ISDS because one of the reasons for low investments is the fear to lose money invested in case of a sudden stop of the project. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, ITRE 1. And now we're moving on to the third round of open debate. And we'll have the first point from the Committee on Development. Debe, you're recognized.
Well, my point concerns the global competitiveness in general. It was mentioned before that more than 50% of online services are provided by the foreign companies. And for having a healthy competitive market, these companies should be taken into consideration in the resolution as well. Otherwise, there'll be unfair competitiveness. And if we want the European companies to be globally competitive as well, we need to let the foreign companies to have equal and fair rights in the European market as well, just to help the European ones as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we'll have two more points in this rather short round of open debate. The first one will come from AFET. It will be made in Deutsch. And then we'll have the second one from EMPL 2.
Danke. Ich werde jetzt über die zweite Klausel reden, weil ich sehe nicht ein, warum eine Harmonisierung der Fiskalpolicies wirklich gebraucht wird. Eigentlich ist es auch an eine nationale Kompetenz, so etwas einzuführen. Und ich bin sowieso der Meinung, dass die EU sowieso schon viel zu zentralisiert ist in Brüssel. Und wie schon der luxemburgische Außenminister gesagt hat, in Luxemburg haben wir halt keinen Platz für große Firmen, deswegen bauen wir halt Briefkastenfirmen.
Yeah, I'm sorry. There seems to be a bit of a problem with interpreting your point. So could you please briefly restate it? Thank you.
Okay, also ich sehe nicht ein, warum eine Harmonisierung der Fiscal Policies nützlich wäre. Und das ist ja eh eine nationale Kompetenz, eher als dass es jetzt eine europäische wäre.
All right, the main point was about harmonizing fiscal policies, and it seems like the representative from AFET was questioning the need for this measure. The third point will come from EMPL 2. You're recognized.
According to the ICC, you are emphasizing that rapid implementation of the DSMS may have negative effect on ICMS, caused by, among others, costs of adjustment. And in the same time, in OIC number 1, we are calling upon European Commission to implement the DSMS quickly without any solution focused on finances. Thank you in advance for your elaboration.
Sorry, there seems to be a problem with the interpretation. So I'm sorry, could you please repeat your point briefly?
In accordance to ICC, you are emphasizing that rapid implementation of the DSMS may have negative effect on SMEs caused by, among others, cost of adjustment. And in the same time, in OIC number 1, you are calling upon European Commission to implement the DSMS quickly without any solution focused on the finances. Thank you.
Thank you. Hopefully that was clear now. There's a direct response up there from Cult 2. You're recognized.
Thank you for the recognition. I would also like to point out that in OC 10, you invite member states to ensure that they have the necessary infrastructure to facilitate the likely increase in long-distance transportation after implementing the DSMS. The DSMS was adopted in May 2015, and all 16 initiatives should be delivered by the end of 2016. How do you propose that states will have enough time to ensure that their infrastructure is indeed ready and that all small businesses are indeed ready for such changes? Thank you.
Thank you very much, call 2. And now we're going back to the... There is a direct response from employment 2. You're recognized.
To further reinforce that point, the end of 2016 is in 4 months. That's not enough time to implement any legislative framework.
All right, thank you. And now we're going back to the proposing committee. ITRE 1, you're recognized.
Thank you for the recognition. I'll start by answering the last question, which regards the time frame for implementing this improved infrastructure. And I would say that the DSM has a project called Startup Europe, and that project is intended to be complete by 2020. It also includes all the help the member states will get in implementing this new infrastructure they'll need for the DSM. And the question about taxes, it was regarding, I think, fiscal policies. And that member states are required to pay 5,000 euros a year per member state they have services in, for member states they operate in, and that's what we're addressing most, because member states, if it's an SME it's just starting up, it can't afford to pay 5,000 euros every year per member state it wants to operate in. And I think it was something about the competition, and the companies in the USA, including Google and Facebook, are in full support of DSM strategy because they believe they will be able to increase their sales in Europe without being blocked in different countries, and that will be great for Europe as well, Europe's economy as well as the USA. And the competition, like in Europe, is already unfair because currently in the world, 56% of the digital market is based in the USA, and only 4% of that is based in Europe.
Yeah. Thank you very much, ITRE 1. Thank you for the clarifications. And now, just before we go to the last round of open debate for this motion for a resolution, I'd kindly ask all of you to sit up so that we're engaged and we're not sleeping and we're not falling asleep, but we're very, very closely paying attention to this really exciting and interesting debate that this topic has brought. So we'll open the first point of the final round will come from, sorry about what happened before, Ample 1, you're recognized.
Thank you for the floor. Congratulations on your resolution. Regarding your 5th operative clause, although we applaud the e-residency program, we hold that if its implementation is transmitted to all the member states, the equitable competition strategies we have in force will be jeopardized. So basically, Estonia and other small countries dependent on tax residency at the moment and on services as a huge amount of their GDP, like Cyprus or Malta or Croatia, will be basically offering the same services as more economically stable ones, such as Germany, so investors will prefer those. So while we agree that this proposition will make member states more appealing in the global picture, we propose establishing them only in the aforementioned service-dependent countries.
Thank you very much. Thank you for putting forward an alternative vision. That's very much appreciated. We'll have the next point from the Committee on Constitutional Affairs. AFCO, you're recognized.
Thank you for the word, Mr. President. Regarding clauses 6 and 7, the committee suggests the development of the ISDS, particularly in the TTIP. So how do they think investors would react to that? The subsidies suggested in Clause 6 risk to trigger a chain of judicial procedures against member states on the basis that they distort competition. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Some interesting messages there. Thank you, AFCO, and we'll have the next point from yes, from Seda. You're recognized.
In operative clause number 2, you suggest harmonizing fiscal policy amongst member states regarding digital markets. However, since 2012, online EU shops are expected to introduce the blue button, under which customers are able to purchase under European Common Frame of Reference. So having this initiative already in place, I don't see how a harmonized digital market would add anything extra other than extra funding, which is not necessary. I mean, extra expenses for the EU. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sede. And we'll have the final point of this debate from Libe 1. You're recognized.
Hi, so most ad networks which allow content creators or service providers to monetize their content or service are American, or at least the most profitable are. Perhaps the competitive EU ad network could be established, or more could be done to incite growth in existing EU networks, assuring more profit for the EU. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That brings this open debate to a close, and we'll proceed with the summation speech from the committee, from ITRE 1. You're recognized.
First and foremost, thank you all of you for your amazing points, most of which were actually constructive instead of destructive like they usually are. Thank you to the board for the recognition. Finally, I want to discuss all the points that have been brought up in the last round of the debate. The fifth clause about e-residency, a committee brought up e-residency. So the thing about it is that it's not very hard to implement. It is not that expensive to implement. Most of the debate around it is whether it is safe or not. So e-residency is not something that is hard to implement at all. And most countries are just trying to find a way to implement it, and a lot of EU countries want to implement it, and they just want to find a way how without it being compromising their safety. Which is why we want to follow the example of Estonia, because Estonia has implemented e-residency and e-government, and it's performing really well so far. Secondly, about the points 6 and 7, we think that investors will react positively to us including the ISDS, because Europe is very ambitious enough to make make this work, to make the DSM work. So the member states and investor states will trust in it enough for it to be successful. And evidence for this can be found from support from massive companies like Google and Facebook. And finally, regarding the comment about the second clause, the DSM is being introduced because all other strategies introduced before it are not working. There's another point about operative clause 5, I'm sorry. We are focusing on making companies more competitive, and this is what the OC is about. Thank you. I'm handing over the floor to Raymond.
Dear Mr. President, members of the board, and my fellow delegates. We acknowledge that the implementation of the digital single market strategy is a challenge that, like many others, requires action from different sectors of the economy. This resolution covers what the EU should go back to its drawing tables to look at and what it should do after that. The DSM is a strategy that can be, if completed, guaranteeing access to online services no matter where one is located, no matter what cost it can be. It will be the same cost everywhere. It will also boost the EU's GBP by 415 billion euros a year. But a heavier wallet for the EU is not the only goal. The main goal of this resolution is Europe getting to the same level as the global competitors, USA and China. We're confident that if this resolution is implemented from the first word to the last full stop, Europe will be even higher than those two competitors. On that note, I would like to conclude by kindly requesting you for your votes. Fellow delegates, please vote for our resolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the summation speech. And now we're moving on to the voting procedure. So I'd kindly ask all of you to briefly consider the debate that we had and the resolution in general, make up your mind, and then we'll see the votes. All right, let's not debate right now. We debated for a while just before this. And we'd like to see your votes. So please, all of those in favor of this resolution, raise your hands high in the air. Thank you very much. All of those against, please raise your hands high. Thank you. And all of those abstaining, please raise your hands. Thank you very much. It is my pleasure to announce that the motion for a resolution has been adopted. Congratulations. Thank you very much, ITRE. Well done. And now, just before we move on to the last debate of today, just to make sure that we're all alert and fully following the very interesting and engaging debate that we'll have, I'd like you to quickly shake your neighbor to the right.
And now to the left, to the left, to the left, to the left.
That's enough. That's enough. Thank you very much.
Baguette.
Penis. Baguette. Je suis baguette.
We're moving from the lands of the digital single market to the lands of development and cultures and religions. So, moving on to the last motion for resolution for today. So I'd invite you all to pay attention, participate, and be active. Motion for resolution by the Committee on Development. Considering the relevant differences inherent to local cultures and religions, how can the EU better promote sexual and reproductive health in developing countries? Is the proposing committee ready to come to the podium and read the operative clauses? Deve, you're recognized.
Dear Mr. President, honorable members of the board, fellow delegates, and distinguished guests. The European Youth Parliament 1 calls upon the European Commission to support watchdog organizations like Transparency International and Swedish Development Cooperation in ensuring the transparent use of development aid funds in developing countries. 2. Encourages the European Union's special representatives to strongly urge local and national governments to pass legislation prohibiting the act of FGM. 3. Expresses the appreciation for the United Nations International Children's Emergency Fund efforts in educating local communities to eradicate the practice of FGM. 4. Invites the European Commission to work with and in a manner similar to the Global Partnership for Education in improving sexual education in school curriculums in developing countries. 5. Calls for improved dialogue between developing countries and EU member states on the issue of customary laws. 6. Encourages developing countries to negotiate new trade agreements in order to provide hospitals with necessary resources. 7. Approves of the use of generic drugs in developing countries. 8. Recommends that the Commission's Directorate General for International Cooperation and Development invests in transportation infrastructure based upon population data in order to improve access to healthcare. 9. Suggests that Doctors Without Borders collaborates with local NGOs to build and maintain pop-up hospitals. 10. Encourages the improvement of working conditions for healthcare professionals in developing countries by A. Increasing wages, B. Improving workplace security, C. Meeting the standards for hygiene. 11. Requests that the European Development Fund introduces financial incentives to developing countries that ensure the availability of a sufficient number of healthcare workers. 12. Endorses the use of incentives by NGOs such as food stamps to encourage STI testing and maternal health checkups to maximize the number of tested individuals and healthy mothers. 13. Asks local NGOs to evaluate the quality of sexual education in developing countries. 14. Authorizes UNICEF to provide training for local school staff on family planning. 15. Requests the Planned Parenthood International to compose a basic framework for a curriculum on sexual education for developing countries. 16. Further encourages developing countries to implement the aforementioned framework. 17. Supports close cooperation between medical experts and healthcare institutions in developed and developing countries. 18. Calls for NGOs providing professional training for programs for midwives as a UNICEF, the International Federation of Pharmaceutical Manufacturers and Associations, and the International Confederation for Midwives to continue their work in cooperation with local NGOs. 19. Encourages the EDF to financially support the training programs facilitated by the aforementioned NGOs. 20. Requests the aforementioned NGOs to include the further information on contraceptives, abortion, and FGM as an addition to pregnancy care in the training programs. 21. Further urges that the trainees are provided with necessary contraceptives designated for distribution after the completion of the programs. 22. Recommends that the European Commission's Humanitarian Aid and Civil Protection Department supports, promotes, and funds NGOs and healthcare institutions that provide safe abortions in cases where the mother's life is at risk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deve. Still Deve. Is there anyone who would like to deliver the defense speech? Deve, you recognize the defense speech will be delivered in English.
Dear members of the board, fellow delegates, and distinguished guests, we as the Committee on Development have the tough task to improve sexual and reproductive health in developing countries. It is a basic human right to be able to retain a sexually healthy lifestyle. This would include knowledge on your own reproductive anatomy, to having the possibility to control pregnancies and prevent STIs. At present, many citizens in developing countries cannot exercise this right. Currently, 830 women die daily of causes related to pregnancy and childbirth, and all of these cases could have been prevented. This year, 3 million newborns will not survive their first months, and 1/3 of women in developing countries with HIV do not receive the medication they need, resulting in 130,000 babies that will be born with HIV this year. Also, these could have all been prevented. And there are 225 million women with unmet needs for family planning, meaning that they do not receive contraceptives while they want to avoid pregnancy. And all of these facts result from a giant lack of healthcare professionals and education. And we will try to solve this with our resolution. I'll give you a few examples. In order to minimize maternal health deaths, we need more midwives in developing countries. Midwives who are educated and regulated to international standards can provide 87% of essential care needed for women and newborns. This is why we propose a training programs for midwives. With training programs that will work with local NGOs and citizens, we can build a sustainable solution for maternal and infant deaths and complications. Furthermore, the midwives will also increase awareness in terms of contraceptives, abortion, and FGM, female genital mutilation, by informing parents in addition to pregnancy care and as well as providing contraceptives. In addition to informing future parents, we would also like to set up an age-appropriate sexual education program, so youngsters can make well-informed decisions regarding sex and reproducing. Lastly, we want to improve the access to healthcare by improving the transport infrastructure, make it beneficial to stay in a developing country as a healthcare professional, and by giving financial incentive to developing countries and ensure the availability of sufficient number of healthcare professionals. As midwives will distribute condoms, we have distributed a resolution as protection, not for STIs and unplanned pregnancies, but for unnecessary deaths and lost potential. As Ralph Waldo Emerson said, the first wealth is health.
Thank you very much, Deve. A nicely timed speech, also pretty powerful in the show of statistics, and you also went through what you think are the focal points of your resolution, so it was very well delivered. Let's now move on to the attack speeches. So we will start with Sede in Deutsch, and then we'll move on to AFCO in English. So Sede, you can start there, and AFCO, if you can already approach the podium, that would be very nice. Sede, please, you can start.
Hello. Yeah, I speak in German. Sehr geehrter Präsident, Vice Presidents, liebe Mitglieder. Ich möchte mich sehr herzlich bedanken bei dem Ausschuss für Entwicklung, das in viel Arbeit einen Beschlussvorschlag zu einem Thema erstellt hat, an dem ich auch persönlich sehr großes Interesse habe. Es war eine wunderschöne Rede, allerdings, die auch wunderbar recherchiert war. Allerdings muss ich bedauern, dass in eurer Resolution das nötige Fingerspitzengefühl fehlt. Also, um die Katze aus dem Sack zu lassen. Ihr verlangt in OC 22 die Unterstützung der Abtreibung in Fällen, in denen die Mutter gefährdet ist. Obwohl löblich, ist dies in vielen Ländern eine illegale Praxis. Wir können nicht über die Legislative eines unabhängigen Staates entscheiden. Das Gleiche gilt auch für die in OC 2 genannte Absicht, Einfluss auf die Legislative bezüglich FGM auszuüben. FGM ist eine schreckliche Praxis. Aber Afrika ist eine Region, die sich schnell und stark verändert und viele, viele intelligente Menschen beherbergt. Der Kampf gegen FGM muss lokal von Einheimischen bekämpft werden und wird dies auch bereits. Die EU ist dafür nicht nötig. Diese 2 Punkte, aber auch der insgesamte Unterton des Beschlusses, der Einfluss in Afrika und insgesamte Unterton der Resolution, der stark Einfluss auf Afrika nehmen will, erfüllt nicht den in den ICs wahrgenommenen Bedarf, die Kultur zu berücksichtigen. Eine Beteiligung eine Beteiligung im Aufbau des Kontinents sollte ausschließlich durch von einzelnen Ländern angefragte Hilfe bezüglich des Know-hows stattfinden. Die Zeit, in der Europa Einfluss auf Afrika genommen hat, ist lange hinter uns und hatte viele schreckliche Konsequenzen. Afrika muss sich selbst regieren und afrikanische Lösungen für afrikanische Probleme finden. Ich bitte deshalb, die Resolution abzulehnen, in seiner derzeitigen Form abzulehnen, bis sich das Komitee klar wird, dass wir mit Geld unterstützen können, jedoch nicht die Kultur verändern dürfen. Das muss Afrika selber tun. Vielen Dank.
So, honorable members of the board, dearest members of EYP community, this resolution isn't really written for people from developing countries, since there's very few points that actually include them in what is actually a question of their own health, most of all. You know, developing countries may have no resources, but their greatest resource are actually people. Believing that local cultures and religions should be considered is an interesting point. But I would then guess that interpreting that point resulted in measures such as providing food stamps for people who got tested, which is also very interesting. As a person, I don't really believe that my right of dignity might be respected by phrase such as, "Thanks for getting tested, you have chlamydia, but here is some bread for you." Mentioning local NGOs in terms of encouragement, but then as actors of lack of standardization is also very interesting point, because it actually does not encourage involvement of people neither. Solution for that is obviously inviting Doctors Without Borders and Planned Parenthood, which are big international NGOs that are supposed to work with locals in order to establish something, instead of training actually and silently supporting local NGOs and let them propose what they actually need. Furthermore, when it comes to people, Planned Parenthood, they're supposed to compose themselves a framework for sexual education curriculum. It is a great compliment for that organization that DEVE committee considers them as competent to propose such a thing for a lot of cultures and religions that exist in all developing countries. But we doubt that, actually. So this resolution isn't really written for people. Those aren't innovative solutions, maybe not even solutions. Mostly, those are measures that exist already, but I think we can all agree that they really don't work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sarah and Afko, for these attack speeches, both calling for a rather different approach than the one that the DEVE committee has called for. Maybe a lesser role for less intervention from the EU. I'm sure you also maybe specify even more during the open debate what then it really is for you, the role of the EU in that. Shall we move on to DEVE again to respond to the attack speech? You have 2 minutes, both in English, you're recognized.
Thank you.
First of all, I would like to express that we are the Committee on Development, so it is our task to step in, even though we are the European Union. But we did choose to support local NGOs, not our own NGOs, and we have specific ICs that respect the culture of Africa. We specifically state that we do not want to change it. We do, however, want to educate them on health and how they can stay healthy. That is why female genital mutilation can be banned afterwards if they are educated. Right now, they don't have the information to. Talking about the abortion, we are also mainly giving information and offering the possibility to have a safe abortion rather than enforcing it. In general, we're mainly supporting things and not enforcing anything. I think there is a great misunderstanding in both the text speeches. There is a giant lack of knowledge in Africa in general and the Middle East as well, by the way, because everybody keeps mentioning Africa. Then we have the food stamps, which are generally called bread in one of the text speeches. Well, we have statistics on these. It went from 860,000 to 6.4 million people who were willing to get tested when they were offered food stamps. This is because it's super expensive and people have to sell property. We also have statistics on that. So generally, we are not reinforcing things. We are supporting, we are offering measures, and although most of them are already in place, we do think we have enhanced them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dave, for replying to all of the criticism coming from the attack speeches. Before we move on to the open debate, are there any points of information? No, there are not. And also, before we move on to the open debate, I'd like to a big shout out to everyone who so far did points or speeches in French or German, despite not being a German native speaker or a French native speaker. Really a big congratulations to all of you, and let's keep it like that for this last round, but also for tomorrow. It's very nice to see and to hear. So let's start with a point in English, ample one.
Buenas tardes. I just wanted to address clause number 5, since it is not clear how you would specify the method in which you would improve the dialogue between developing countries and EU member states. So how would you do it? Would you implement something yourself, or would you just leave them decide, like the member states decide how they're going to improve said dialogue? Thank you.
Thank you very much for this point on the relations on customary laws between EU member states and developing countries. Okay, so we move on to Econ, followed by Libe 2. Both will do the points in English.
Okay, so thank you very much for the floor. So basically, as I read your resolution, I'm very satisfied, but I sadly have to notice that there is one thing that seems to be missing in all the things that you notice in here. So basically, I read this resolution, but as a prominent feminist, I have to ask, where is a single clause about men? Because after reading this resolution, I see one clause about female health, one clause about mothers, and basically you talk about mutilation and rape, and it all requires male education. And furthermore, men need to be educated and they deserve to be educated. And if we are to achieve a certain level of development, we need to educate both sexes, simply, as simple as that is. So to conclude with, I'm quite happy with your resolution, but I'm also very, very sad, because now I know that, first of all, she never remarried, but he was never mentioned in the resolution.
Thank you very much, Econ, for this on-point criticism. We have 2 direct responses, so it means that it touched upon certain point. And Sede was first. I'm sorry, Reggie. Sede was.
Thank you. I completely agree with your point, and I'd like to build upon that. We have to take into account not only the mothers, but also the fact that the father is the one, or the man in the family is the one in developing countries that makes the decisions. And if the father or the man, husband, makes a decision that the mother has to work, we don't have money to send her to the hospital, there are no options. So we really need to take the men into account.
Thank you very much. So I'd like to point out that direct responses are not just made to show support or agreement with what has just been said, but to add something else. Now, you definitely, in a very nice way, showed support, but it would be nice if you added something else, like why, how. Okay? So maybe Reggie, would you like to add something about that? Thank you very much.
Personally, maybe the resolution doesn't directly mention the word men. However, you have about 5 clauses in access to healthcare that are very applicable to men, women, and all other genders. For example, you have short-term and long-term solutions for hospital access, which obviously includes STDs, and for example, for people who suffer from HIV. So I definitely feel like this resolution, yes, it partly mentions women's issues. However, in these developing countries, the issue of female genital mutilation and the sexist cultural practices to which FGM is a part of, definitely are a reason why female representation in this resolution makes more sense.
Thank you very much. Reggie's comments, interesting. 5 clauses, for example, could also be extended to men. That's an interesting point. Was it? So Inter was first, still on the role of man or female in the resolution.
Yeah. Just what you were saying, when you look to the OCs, like when it comes to like developing countries, and as my colleague have said, our fellow delegate said, when it comes to countries like this, the men makes the decision, and these are the cultures of the country, of these nations, which cannot be changed. And over here, also, there's no way men, the education of men or helping men were mentioned, and lack of education to men, lack of give them the information they need will make this resolution inadequate and insufficient to help everybody. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think we read that's it. We can move on to the next point. We will finish with Libe 2 and then we will go back to Deve to hear what they have to say about all of this. So Libe 2. In English, Libe 2 in English, yes.
Yeah, for me, the main... Is it the microphone on? Yeah? Okay. For me, the main weak point of this resolution is indeed a bit of a patronizing spirit that already Christian criticized in his attack speech. For example, have you thought about supporting actually African NGOs or cooperating a lot with local people? And the main point is actually, have you considered actually maybe legalizing FGM in a safe form so that you can do it in hospitals and thus reduce the associated medical risk with it? I mean, that's just the question, but generally there is, you could have considered the African perspective more.
Okay, so we will take a direct response, though I'll just invite you to carry it out in a calm way. Okay, because I can see a lot of, which is nice to see the vibes going on, but again, it's a debate, okay? So please, Afet.
I would like to strongly disagree with the point that was just made and express my support for the DEVE committee. I think they've taken a very great approach to involve local NGOs, as they've mentioned before, to involve local populations, to involve education.
You're though not directly responding to the last point.
The last point you said
was about legalizing female genital mutilation in hospitals.
I can also respond to that.
Sorry?
I think that is also a very shocking point you made. I'm sorry. Female genital mutilation is a practice that involves a lot of harm for women, and even if it is if you call it in a safe environment, it is still a practice that causes a lot of damage mentally and physically to women for the rest of their lives. So I think it's very shocking that you even proposed that. Thank you.
A perfect direct response. And I'm sorry, I didn't want to stop you, but this was a nice direct response who responded to something in a practical manner, if I may say, without really just going into the emotionals, which obviously are included in any debate, especially in certain issues. But I would strongly invite you not to have a debate on emotions, but rather on points. And that was a very, very, very good example of that. So kudos to you, Sede. Sorry, Afet. No, we did have to go back to Deve, I said. So Deve, it's your time. Oh, there's a direct response. But it's okay. So Econ direct response on this one, yes.
In relation to the point that was just raised, I'd like to say that in introductory clause D, it states that the European Youth Parliament are alarmed by the fact that female genital mutilation is still legal and highly prevalent in developing countries. So I don't think that legalizing it could possibly be an issue if it is already legal. Thank you.
Okay, let's move on to Deve. Thank you very much. Deve.
Thank you very much.
Okay, no, wait a second. I think that's it. I think that the proposing committee needs to have a chance to reply to all of this.
Thank you very much for all your direct responses. We love your support. In regards to EMPL 1 and OC5, you asked how we were going to improve the talks on customary laws. You wanted us to ask how we were going to implement it. One of our thoughts were to have conferences talking about educational, basically just educating about the differences and the difficulties in having a customary law in the way that it prevents the eradication of or it prevents the fact.
Can you speak a bit more slowly? Thank you.
Yes, I can. So we were going to have conferences that educate people about the difficulties that having customary laws present in supporting human rights. And to go back to econ and the discussion about whether or not we do mention or don't mention men, first you talked about how we talk about rape, which we have never mentioned in our resolution. Also, there are men who suffer from HIV and AIDS. There are male midwives. Our education in both schools covers both genders. When we talk to parents, we talk to both parents of the child. And when we support UNICEF programs on education, they have specific programs targeting men only. So I don't believe that it needs to be specifically specified when we talk about the problems that we have with sexual health. Maternal health is the only time that we specifically talk about women, and I think that's a given why we do that. Sede, you mentioned that men are the ones who make the decision. As a matter of fact, when it comes to FGN, the ones who mostly uphold the traditions are the mothers and the grandmothers of these children. And although the men are taught that they should not be marrying a woman who hasn't been cut, it is the women and the grandmothers who are actively holding down these children when they're cutting them. So we have to talk to the women about this as well. Reggie and Afet, thank you so much for your support. Libe 2, I don't understand how you think that we are patronizing when we don't once have our own NGOs come in to do anything, but all we do is support the local NGOs. So I don't really know how much more we could do to support the local authorities there and to ask them what they want to do, because all we're doing is supporting them and asking them how they want to implement it. Yes, and also you were asking about, or you were suggesting that we should legalize FGM. We did do research on this, and UNICEF has clearly stated that, explicitly stated, that it does not help to legalize FGM or do it in any way legal. And just to add to that point, why should we ever, ever, ever legalize violation of human rights? Thank you very much.
Nice. It's going really, really well. Okay, so we'll start with a point in Deutsch by ITRE 2, German.
Mir ist bei allen Entschließungsanträgen etwas aufgefallen, und zwar fehlt mir bei allen den NGOs, die da erwähnt werden, die wohl in vielen Entwicklungsländern und vor allem auch in Afrika oft am stärksten und vielleicht einflussreichste Organisationen, und zwar die Glaubensgemeinschaften. Und so finde ich, dass man gerade eben bei sehr vielen Leuten in dieser Region diese dort involvieren könnte, weil die bei sehr vielen Leuten mehr bewegen als irgendeine NGO aus Europa.
Very nice issue you brought to the table, ITRE 2. We will now get a point from Cult 2, followed by Liebe 1, both in English.
Regarding OC7, allowing the use of generic drugs is an extremely life-risking issue, as the study found that 85% of the generic drugs sold in the US routinely violates basic quality control. Thus, I propose finding a way to lower the price of normal drugs, as they are way safer.
Liebe 1, yes, you can go.
As a daughter of a medical doctor who provides lectures on the sexual health, I want to say that the topic is really relevant, and I like the destination that the proposing committee goes for. But anyhow, I have a point to mention that, at least in my country, NGOs are not the institutions who are authorized to provide abortions, because the regulations are given only by law and can be provided by only certified healthcare institutions, and the fact of the abortion must be recorded. So I don't think it's going to work. And you are only mentioned in your resolution.
Can you please stick to one point, because you're getting to the third one. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's get the last point before we go back to the proposing committee. And this will come from ITRE 1.
Thank you.
In English,
yeah. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think the chance for survival for a woman at childbirth is ever 100%. So I wonder how you plan on determining whether her life is at risk, and that's mentioned in OC 22. Thank you.
Okay. Well, that's a question that I guess Dave will be able to answer to, just like all the other points on generic drugs, religious organizations, and so on. Oh, there's a direct response. So you want to reply, okay?
To the latest point that he made.
Yes.
Actually, yes, there is no 100% sure of the the abortion thing, but of course you can just raise the percentage by the health and hygiene and stuff. So yeah, you cannot be 100% sure, but you can always just lower the chances.
Okay, thank you very much, Ample One, for replying to that. David, no need for a direct response. We will get him back to you, so you can reply to everything now, please.
I'd like to address the committee who asked a question about lowering drug prices in other ways than using generic drugs. In fact, there is no monopoly on this. There has been requests to drug companies pharmaceutical companies, but it has been declined. Therefore, we find that the best way to keep the prices low enough for the users to have the opportunity to take them is to support generic drugs. Talking about how NGOs does not have the authority to address the problems in a relevant way, we have found that the high rate of corruption in developing countries makes it very difficult to ensure that the funds and the measures taken involving local governments we're not ensuring in some way that they're actually going to the measures we want them to go to. Therefore, we have found that local NGOs can be checked on by transparency organizations such as CEDA, who can ensure that the money are placed in the pockets we want them to, used the way we want to be used. Talking about how religion should be involved.
Wait a second, David. There's a point of privilege from the translators.
Oh, sorry.
Maybe if you could please go back to the previous points and restart the point that you were having.
Which one do you want me to repeat?
From the last point you said, and then you just gone.
Okay,
yeah.
okay,
To slow down. They tell me to slow down.
Okay, I'm sorry. We were talking about how we were asked how religion should be involved in the procedures of educating the developing countries, if I got it right. This is something that we have found to be very different. The religions in all these countries differ. And just to be specific, we're not talking about mainly Africa. All developing countries are taken into consideration. Therefore, the differences are so big that we consider NGOs independent of religions to be more of a neutral ground to step on when educating the locals. Was it the pregnancy question as well? Mother's life is at risk when there are complications with pregnancy. There are statistics that prove that helping people with education and the medical services that we want to provide with our resolution has the opportunity to lower the death rates and the complications a lot. However, there will always be complications, of course, as you specify, but these are minor compared to the ones we are dealing with now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Deve, for replying to all of the points. We now move on to the third round of debate. Cult 1 is the first one, and it will do so in English. Cult 1.
Okay, so I'd like just say that we believe that the solutions are quite short term. For example, if you look at OC12, you would like to incentivize checkups by using food stamps, which is great. But don't you think that people might stop showing up once you stop handing out the food stamps? So instead, perhaps Dave could focus on normalizing the topic of sex and denormalizing the topic of female genital mutilation. And this could perhaps be done by local NGOs with the support of international NGOs. For example, by holding workshops in inconspicuous venues in case some people might not want to be, they don't want other people to know that they're going to these workshops. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Cult 1, you challenged the long-term usefulness of food stamps. We now move on to, let's have Ample 2 in English, followed by AFCO en français. Ample 2 first, though.
Okay, so in your OCs, particularly the second one, you urge local and national governments to pass legislation prohibiting the act of FGM. But in Mauritania, for example, a law prohibiting slavery was passed in 20th century, but still no one adheres to, and actually the government palliate every single act of slavery throughout the country. Therefore, we think that it would be useful for the EU to appoint body or specific so-called ombudsman on human rights fulfillment in developing countries. Because in any other way, who can guarantee that the legislation you propose to pass will be fulfilled? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Libé, also for the practical example. It's always nice to see how reality unfolds. AFCO, en français, s'il vous plaît.
Oui, alors dans votre clause numéro 14, vous autorisez en fait l'UNICEF à aller donner donc des trainings dans des écoles locales Or, il est impossible donc de donner à une organisation issue des Nations Unies le droit d'agir dans un pays en développement. Et peut-être que la solution serait plutôt une collaboration avec ces pays, car s'ils ne veulent pas votre aide, ni vous, ni l'UNICEF, ni la commission d'EVE ne pourra le faire. Merci.
Thank you very much, Afko. We now go back to Deve because it's also nice to give them the chance to reply to this third round of debate. Please, Deve, you're recognized.
Thanks for the recognition. In regards to EMPLA 2,
can you speak closer to the microphone?
Sorry.
Thank you.
In response to EMPLA 2, OC2, with regards, they mentioned OC2, where we encourage the UN Special Representative to strongly urge local and national governments to pass legislation prohibiting the act of FGM. Criminalizing it would make it more stigmatized, but thank you for the suggestion. Cult 1, we have done what you suggested with the short-term solution. The statistics on HIV testing through food stamps are clear, but the education offers a more long-term solution. So it's a dual approach, and similarly in dual approaches, we use education along with the legislative changes. So there's a top-down and a bottom-up approach. So we change the law, and we also change the culture that it makes it acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deve. You did reply to all of the points. Now we move on to the fourth and last round of debate of Deve, meaning it is the last round of debate of today. It's more. Shh, it's Rennes, not Ibiza. Okay. Jokes aside, let's see what Reggie has to tell us.
So regarding clause number 15 about Planned Parenthood, I don't think that Planned Parenthood is an organization that the EU should cooperate with in this specific circumstance, because controversy aside, I suppose that they are under supervision on the suspicion that they have been using aborted fetuses for human experimenting. And I don't think that this complies with the values the EU is trying to promote. And personally, I would prefer it if we would instead cooperate with an EU-affiliated organization that's more trustworthy.
Sorry, guys, can you please repeat the point, because I think that it wasn't heard by everyone given the noise on the left side of the room. Thank you.
Yeah, I basically said that Planned Parenthood has been under supervision on the suspicion that they have been using aborted fetuses for human experimenting, which is not something we want. So I would instead suggest we work with a EU-affiliated organization.
Thank you very much, Reggie. And there's a direct response. I think the first one was coming from Deve directly. So Deve, would you like to direct respond to this point of Planned Parenthood?
I know where you get that information from, and that was a fraud that was created by the Republican Party to undermine and therefore get support for their abortion laws that they wanted to implement. It was exposed as a fraud, therefore it is fake, and it is not something that we should even be taking into consideration at this point. And even if that is the case, then this is an international organization with their American local workers that are currently being supervised. And therefore, they have been working for decades and decades on sexual education internationally. They are definitely an organization that we would put our trust in doing this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. Okay, now we move on to Icon en français. Icon in French.
Bonjour. Alors, mon point est sur le OC4, qui parle d'une meilleure éducation sexuelle dans les écoles, dans les pays en développement.
Guys, can you please?
Y a quoi de drôle?
Yeah, it's a camera, it's a screen. Wow, ooh, there's images. Hey, please, Econ. Sorry for that. Can you, guy, hey, sorry.
Sorry.
Wherever you are, would you please? Yes, would you please? Thank you. Econ.
Ok, je vais recommencer. Donc, mon point est sur l'OC4, qui parle d'une meilleure éducation sexuelle dans les écoles des pays en développement. Mais je crois qu'il est d'importance capitale qu'il faut garder en tête le fait que 65 millions d'enfants en dessous de l'âge de 16 ans ne vont pas à l'école. Merci.
Thank you very much. Econ touched upon a point that hadn't been touched before. Let's have the last 2 points of debate for today. So one will come from Inta in English, and the other one will come from Libetu in Deutsch. And then Deve, get ready to sum up this debate.
So I would like to express my opinion about this resolution. I think it's really good. The only concern I have is about OC 11, where you mentioned financial incentives. I assume that developing countries are probably not very transparent in financial matters, and therefore I don't really think it's safe to give them financial incentives. Though if there is this lack of workers, I would suggest sending EU professionals to the developing countries, and therefore also the doctors in developing countries could learn something from the doctors from UK. Yeah, I think this is a better long-term solution. Thank you.
Libetu, Deutsch.
Ja, danke fürs Wort. In OC 10 schlägt das DW-Komitee vor, die Arbeitskonditionen zu verbessern, indem man die Löhne raufsetzen würde. Ich glaube, dass das Geld aber besser angelegt wäre oder sinnvoller angelegt wäre, wenn man damit mehr Ärzte einstellen würde, anstatt die Ärzte, die es schon gibt, besser zu entlohnen. Weil vor allem dadurch weniger Arbeitslosigkeit bestehen würde, also sprich, man würde mehr Arbeitsplätze schaffen und es gäbe eine kleinere, oder wenn man halt nur die Löhne raufsetzt, dann gibt es eine größere Ungleichheit bei den Löhnen. Danke.
Thank you, danke, Libetu, for this very last point of debate of today. Now we can move on to Deve. Would you please come to the podium and in 30 minutes sum up this debate? Yes, you recognize.
Honorable Board, fellow delegates, distinguished guests. We are very happy that you're all very involved in this debate because it's all about improving people's lives, and such interest in such a sensitive topic is really, really important. I will start off by commenting on the Econ Committee question. We are improving education as a whole, which gives access to education to more people than they used to, so more people get the chance to go to school in the first place. Also, UNICEF goes to people's homes and addresses people at their home, which means that they shouldn't necessarily go to school to get educated. And we are also teaching midwives all these practices, therefore there's another access to that education anyway. The second question was concerning transparency. We are really tackling that issue in our first clause. Please take a look at it. We have an organization which will be monitoring everything before sending money, and we are also educating locals, which is, and we're increasing wages for the third point, which would prevent brain drain, and also what is significant is that in developed countries, there is the infrastructure to get people to stay there, and we want to transfer that infrastructure in developing countries in order to make developing countries a better option for employment. Thank you.
Now let's track the lives of two children of the same age, Mike from Europe and Amina from Sub-Saharan Africa. Age 7, Mike steps into the school with bright eyes full of hope. At the same time, Amina is forced to undergo female genital mutilation in dire conditions in order to be accepted into the society. Age 13, Mike speaks fluent English and is extremely good in history classes. At the same time, Amina has already undergone extreme bleeding and severe infections, barely surviving the immense pain. Now she's bearing her first child. Age 23, Mike finishes university, gets a job as a history professor, and is engaged to his coworker. At the same time, Amina already has 6 children, and against her will, delivers another child, since contraceptives are not really readily accessible in her hometown. Age 30, Mike is living a full and peaceful life. At the same time, but wait, because, well, we cannot say that. Amina has died. She couldn't endure the pain of bearing her 8th child because of complications during the process, probably caused by unsanitary tools and a lack of advanced healthcare facilities. I know that some of you presumably sit here thinking, but how is it related to me? I agree that topic is quite distant from us, but because we are all in the place of Mike. But if we understand people like Amina, whose life is nothing but more than a daily struggle for survival, it is likely that we will see the contrast. I strongly believe that this is the contrast that is called injustice, injustice that is prevailed in our world.
Can you conclude? Yeah.
So you who look beyond our national borders, you should raise the voice and follow us, Teve, into the healthier world. Because otherwise, as Martin Luther King correctly noted, our lives begin to end the day we become silent about things that matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Teve, for nicely summing up, but mostly concluding this debate. Now it is time for all of you to make up your mind and decide what you want to vote. So 12 seconds. 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. So, everyone who is in favor of this resolution, raise your hands. Anyone against this resolution, please raise your hands. Anyone abstaining, please raise your hands. I'm happy to say that the resolution has passed. So congratulations, Teve. but congratulations to all of you. I think we had really nice debates, and this last one was really a very nice example of a heated but still nice and respectful and full of ideas debate. I will then pass the words to Jules, who's waiting there to do the organizational announcement. I just want to thank everyone, you, translator team, the staff of the building, also the chairs, obviously, who were with you. I think they all deserve a big round of applause. And now, Jules, I leave the word to you.
Hey, everyone. I hope you enjoyed this GA. I just want to pass some words. So the committees that are concerned, especially in the balcony, can you please let your headsets and receptors in the box we gave you? And then for the transferred, chairs are coming back by bus to Saint-Vincent. So it would be cool if they gather quickly in front of the building because the buses are leaving in 10 minutes. And delegates, you have free time in town tonight, so you can eat where you want. We're organizing a shift to Brekini right now, or just after you pack your stuff. So you can come with us, but it's not compulsory. You can come back as well. You can go in town as well. As usual, I will remind you that the gates of the park are closing at 1:30 and the gates of the building at 2. So please be on time. Yeah.
Can you please sit, guys, sit down and listen to Jules until the very end, please?
I'm done, thanks, Lorenzo.
Okay. But I also would like to remind you, if you could please clean the places where you were, because I've seen and I've been told of anything under the tables, from bananas to papers, so everything has to be clean. We know, we know where you were sitting, so we will come to you, look for you, track you, okay, and do something bad to you.
That goes for the headset too. And yeah, normally food is not allowed in the room, so
yes.
Please be very clean.
Thank you very much, guys. See you tomorrow.
Right now?
Clean your baguettes.
Lorenzo, la média team vient de me dire qu'il y a une vidéo normalement. Oui, mais on m'a pas dit.
Is there a video by the media team?
Sorry.
Yes, guys, there's a video by the media team. Shh.